Hello everyone, in today's video I'm going to be creating a portfolio website from start to finish. And when I refresh this page, you're going to see nice animations. And when I have as well, there's nice animations. I can click any of these portfolio items and it's going to route us to the that particular portfolio. And you're going to see more information about that particular portfolio. And also as we scroll, there's going to be this progress bar, depending on where we are on the scrolling. Okay. And I'll go back to the home page. I'm going to also scroll on the home page. There's going to be scroll animations as well as we keep scrolling. Okay. And also we can click this contact. There's going to be a nice menu here. You can send an email. If you click send email, we can also trigger this menu from this banner here. I can click here and it's also going to trigger this menu. I can open and close from here. Okay, so we have other pages. We have the blogs page and about page. So when I go to the about page, it's also going to animate. Look at the background. It's going to be unique every time you go on the page. Okay, so how nice. So as I scroll, it's going to also animate here. So there's going to be this image is going to be sticky for quite a while. So we're going to do this animation. Okay, and as I keep scrolling, the image will eventually move away from the screen, and also more scroll animations are going to appear. Okay, as I keep scrolling, there's going to be nice scroll animations. Okay, so this is the about page. So this about page is also like very responsive. When I inspect to go to a smaller screen, notice this image is going to disappear. There's going to be new information now. Okay, it's going to look different depending on the screen size. And also now let's go to the blogs page. So when I go to the blogs page, as I scroll as well, there's going to be scroll animations. When I click this contact us, it's going to open the menu. Okay. So now I can click these blogs. You can see who wrote the person who wrote the blog, and more information about the blog, the images. Okay, so this information is dynamic, so you can kind of add the information you want to add on the blogs. Okay, so this is the blog section. I can, let's say I click this blog, so I didn't add information about this blog. You're going to see it's going to have like different information. As you can see now, there's nothing else here. It's just like some placeholder information, but you can add as much information as you want because everything is dynamic. Okay. And after the blogs, let's go back again to the portfolio. So everything is also dynamic in the portfolio. So this information is just random information I've put there just to be a placeholder, but you can add your own information. All right. So let me show you also how responsive the main page is. So as you can see, it's quite responsive. All right. Very responsive. So almost every page is, no, actually everything is responsive, every page. So you can add as many breakpoints as you want for the media queries to make it more responsive. So that'll be entirely up to you. Okay, look how responsive everything is. Depending on the screen size, the text, everything is responsive. And we're also going to deploy this. So basically everything is just going to be like from start to finish. And if you want to add more stuff here, it's entirely up to you. And yeah, that's it for the showcase for this project. And also actually I forgot to show you, we have a custom scroll bar as well here. Okay. So if you have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section. Yeah, or you can send me an email if you want to have a specific request. And also please don't forget to share and like this video if you want me to make more videos like this. And yeah, I'll see you in the video. Okay, so now let's start by creating the project. Just go to the terminal and type this command here to create a new project. Also, by the way, don't forget to open the folder which you want to save the project in. In this case, I've already done it. So just go to the terminal and type this command, and then this will be the project name, and then hit enter. So in this case, I'm going to be using TypeScript. So just click yes for TypeScript, and for tail and CSS, no. No for the source directory, yes for the app router, no for that. And then it's going to create the project for you. So once it's doing that, in the app directory, I'm just going to create a new folder. I'm going to name it Oh, I cannot create a new folder until it's done. So let's just wait until it's finished. Okay, now it's done. Let's install some packages. So for styling, normally I use style components, but in this case, I'm going to be using Sass. So let's install Sass and Framer Motion for animations. So npm install Sass and Framer Motion. Once it's installing, we need to create a components folder in the app directory, and we also want some utilities later on. So we have the utils folder and the styles folder also. So we have styles. Okay, so I think that's what we need so far. Let's cd into the project, cd into that project. Okay, cd, and then let's run npm run dev. So by the way, you're not limited to use Sass for styling. You can use anything you want for styling, really. I was just wanted some change. I just wanted some change. So in this case, we're just going to use Sass. As you can see, I'm also running the final project here. That's why my preview is on local 3001. You can, maybe yours might be on 3000, but I'm just going to use this as a reference for me to style this. Okay, so let's start by removing everything in here. Get rid of all of the styles, all of the CSS files, delete them. And let's clean up here, get rid of the import. Here, get rid of everything except for the main. Okay, so now we should have nothing. Get rid of these imports as well. So as you can see now, it's not nice and blank. Let's start by doing some styles first to see if set up some Sass. Let's do main, go SCSS. Let's import this. But before we do that, I'm just going to set the background color to red in the body and go to the layout. Let's import the styles. We're going to import from styles. We're going to import main.scss, this one, and then save. Hopefully, now as you can see now the background is red. Okay. Before we also do anything, I just going to add some variables. Let's do partials folder, and then we're going to have a vars folder. So this is going to be a Sass partial. So that's how we started, like this, underscore, and then vars.scss. So to create a variable, we use a $sign. Let's say if I want the red color, and then I'll just put like this, red, and then we just import those variables in the body. Like this. To import, we use the use at use. So in this case, it's going to be in the partials folder, vars, like this, and then as star. And then to use the variable, we just do this, red. As you can see, it's still red. So to see if it's working, change this to green. As you can see now, it's green. So once it's now green, I'm just going to paste the rest of the variables. I don't want to waste your time doing every single variable on the video. So all of these variables, well, by the way, we're not going to use all of these variables, only a couple of them. So I'm not sure which one we're not going to be using. But if you're not using them, just do them later on. Now let's save. And there's an error because we're using the red variable, which we don't yet have. Okay. So now let's do basic page resetting, getting rid of the margins and the paddings. Okay, so now let's refresh. Okay, so everything's still working. Now in the body, I'm just going to set a default font size and also a line height. So for the line height, I'm going to set that to 1.5 and then a font size of 1.25 rem. Okay, so in the components folder, let's create some folders. So we have the button component. In another component, it's going to be navigation. So for the navigation, let's create a component, navigation.tsx. Okay, so it's going to be a functional component. We're using X13, so we need to use client because by default, we won't be able to use effect if we don't use client or use state. Okay, so we have navigation. The navigation, if I go to the final project, it's everywhere on every page, about and blogs. So let's go to the layout. We need to render the navigation above the children because it's going to be everywhere. So here we have navigation like that. So we should have a navigation somewhere here, as you can see, navigation. So the other thing we need is a button. Button.tsx. It's going to be a functional component as well. We need to use the use client also. Okay, so now with the button, we need to render the button in the navigation. Navigation. So here we should have button. Okay, so as you can see now it says button. Perfect. So this should be nav. So it should have a class name of navigation. For styling style, we're going to be using BEM. You can use anything you want, really. It's entirely up to you. It's just preference. Okay, so we have that. Let's do some nav items. We're going to do UL. So I'm going to use this UL as a block. So I'm going to do class name. I'm going to name it nav items. Okay, so each list item, each li is going to be a nav item. So it's going to be class name, nav items, but it's going to be item. Okay, like that, nav items item. So we need the nav items. Okay, but first off, the public folder. What's going on here? Why do we have node modules? What? Let me get rid of this folder. I don't know why this folders there was these items outside. Cancel. Get rid of this. Okay. Let me check if the packages have been installed. React next. Okay. So we've installed, I think, those items on the wrong directory. We need to install Framer Motion and SAS. So I think I was not in the directory. Okay, yeah, I wasn't in the directory. That's why there was node modules folder outside. Okay, I'm going to clear this. Clear. And then rerun the project again. npm run dev. Okay, so first off, I need some images. I'm just going to get rid of this public folder. And then I'm going to paste in the images. Okay, don't get rid of yours. I'm just pasting in the new folder with the images that we're going to be using. Okay, so now let's go to the navigation. I'm just trying to think what we can start with. Let's start with the logo side, the logo. So let's use the next image. Let's do image. So make sure you import image from next image. So width and height, I'm going to set that to 45. 45. Okay, 45. 45. Okay, so I'm also going to style this so it doesn't stretch. Okay, so as you can see now, it's going to be stretched. Now let me refresh this. It's taking a while to load. We don't see it because it's a PNG, by the way. So it's a PNG. There it is. Logo.png. Save. There it is. It's stretched. So we need to style this. So we need to do object fit to contain. Okay. I'm just going to paste the background color and the object fit. So we have the object fit to contain so it doesn't stretch. And then a background color here, the neutral background color. And then the padding of 0.3 RAM. That's it for the images. In the utils, we need to create some utilities for the menu. Okay, so it's going to be menu items.tsx. Okay, And then here we're going to say const menu items. We don't need to do any TypeScript type checking here. It doesn't matter for these items. So here we're going to do, we don't need the ID for this one. We can do the ID, but let's just do the ID. Title home, the URL is going to be slash the home page. And then let's do comma. About, it's going to route to the about. And then finally, we have the blogs. My blogs is going to route to the blogs. Okay, and then we're going to export default for these ones. Let's go back to navigation. We just have to import menu items like that. And then we're going to map through them down here and return a list item. Okay, so after this, we're going to do menu items, map through them. Okay, and then we're going to return an li. So for the li, the key is going to be item.id. Okay, so because it's a list, we need to put a key for that. And then the class name, so this is going to be an element, so the block is going to be the UL. So nav items, the element is going to be this list item. If you want to add a modifier, we can do this. Let's say it's red, like that. So this is the element. So and then we need to do link coming from next link. So make sure you import. I do have next auto import. I don't know why it's including this in here. Like that. So we have the link. So we should see all of the links. Okay. The other thing, we have the button in here. We just need to display flex. Okay. So let's go to the partials. Partials. Okay. Sometimes I get confused. Okay. Styles. Okay, it's Insta styles. Okay, so here I'm looking for, should be navigation.scss. Okay, so we need to include the navigation in here. So we use it like this. Oops. Let's use navigation partials, navigation. Okay. So dot navigation. Let's start the styles for that. Let's start with the flex. Okay, because the flex here is just file content and then space between for that. Okay, so let's start. So setting position to relative and then display flex. Just file content space between and align items to center, as you can see now. And then I'm just going to set the z index to 10 for the navigation. So I'm going to go to this nav items block. Okay, so for the nav items, we're going to do the same thing. Display items to center. I'm just also going to give it a gap of 2 rem. Like this, there's a gap of 2 rem. But let's go back to the main. I'm going to set the list style to none. Okay, as you can see here, the list style, it's doesn't look nice. And then the text decoration to none. Okay, now the bullet items, the bullet list disappears. I mean, the circles and the underline disappears. Okay, so it's working nice. I'm also gonna give it a bit of a padding. Padding like this, 0.6 rem. It's looking nice. Okay, so for the background, so we have the variables. I'm gonna set it to white. Okay, and then we're going to have a box shadow. Box shadow 0 on the X, 0 on the Y, and then 10 pixels for the blur. Okay, like that. Just have to spam save for some reason. Wait, I need to import the variables in here. So at use, we need the vars, okay, like that. So now there it is. We have the box shadow. I'm going to give it a border radius of 60 pixels, so it should be like very rounded like that. Okay, so since we're using BEM, we have the element item. So nav items, we're targeting the item, the li, or if you're not using BEM, you can just do li like this. Okay, that's entirely up to you. So for that, I'm going to target the a tag, the anchor tag. I'm going to give it a color and a transition. So the color is going to be gray 3. Okay, so as you can see now, the color is different. And the font weight is going to be 500. And then font size, I'm going to clamp this. I want it to be responsive. So the maximum is going to be 1.25 rem. 1.25 rem. The minimum size is going to be 1 rem. And then the viewport width, let's do 3. Okay, so let's save. So now let's make the screen smaller. And when, as you can see now, it's a bit responsive, font size. All right, so I'm going to give a margin. Let's do a hover as well. So for the hover, we do end hover. So the color, I'm just gonna do gray dark. Finally, I need to target the first and last child of the item. Okay, I'm gonna collapse the A so you don't get confused. I'm gonna do this, and first child, and last child. Okay, this is the list item. I'm gonna give it a margin left and right of 1 rem. Okay, only first and last child. So there's a margin here, 1 rem. Okay, you can increase this to 1.5. I don't know if you want 1.2 rem. That's up to you. Okay, so that's that. Now, for the navigation, I'm gonna set a padding top and bottom. Okay, so top 2 rem, top 2 rem. Okay, I'm just gonna set it around the navigation, padding of 2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, when I inspect, the navigation is gonna have a padding around of 2 rem around the navigation. So now we have the now we just have to style the button. Okay, so I'm going to close everything, close to right. Let's start with the button. Okay, so for the button, I'm just trying to think where to begin. So this should be a button, an actual button. Okay, so I'm going to create an interface for this button. I'm going to create an interface, button props. So we have text. So the text of this button is going to be a string, and we have the on click. Okay, so the on click is going to be optional. Okay, and then we have the background color, BG. I'm just going to make it optional as well. Okay, I'm also going to add a modifier just in case I want to make it different from the other buttons. I'm going to add modifier. It's going to be optional. I'm just going to add a padding and a hover. Okay, like this. So if the props, I want to get all of these props here. Should do that automatically. Okay, let's save. So the props, we're using the interface button props. Okay, so now in the button, let's go ahead and use those props. So we are going to use the text here, and we just need to style. So the border radius by default, I'm just gonna put it to 60 pixels. If you don't define it, it will be 60 pixels. Okay, that's the only default thing I want. Class names. Okay, class names. Modifier. I'm just going to make it primary by default if you don't include the modifier you want to use. So here, fn. So the class is going to be button class, button, and then we have the button, and then the modifier. Okay, so if it's red or whatever modifier you want to use, like this. Okay, save, and we have the button. So let me save. Let's just start by doing the styles for the buttons. For now, we can do everything else later. Let's go to the we're getting errors because we did not include some props in here. Text is the required prop. Should be contact us, I believe. Okay, so we shouldn't getting errors anymore. As you can see now, the button is there. Now, let's go to the partials. We are going to create the button partial.scss. Oops, it should be scss. Okay. Now I'm going to use, should be variables. Oops. Vars, like that. And then we're going to target the button like that. I'm going to get rid of the outline and set the font family to inherit, outline to none. And then the font size, I'm going to say clamp. So the minimum is going to be 1 rem, like that. And then the cursor is going to be pointer. Okay, because something is button, we need to include the buttons in the main. Okay, like that. So make sure you include the button. Sometimes you need to spam save. I don't know why. Wait a minute. Yeah, button. Oh, wrong spelling. Triple T. Okay. So we have the button now. It should work now, as you can see. So now we just need to style this. So modifier, I'm going to do end. So if it's red, it's the red modifier. I'm going to set the color to color red. Okay. And hover, I'm going to set it to blue when you hover. Okay. Another modifier, if it's white, I'm going to set the color to white. Okay, if we include this modifier. If we don't, we get a default color. Okay, purple. And that's it, save. So, but now you won't see anything because we don't have any modifier. So let me go to the navigation. Let me say modifier. And then if I say red, as you can see, it's now red because it says button red. Okay, the modifier. So you can do as many modifiers as you want. Okay, if you pass them, you get the value. So now let's continue styling the button. Okay, so we don't need to do much here. Most of the stuff is done through props. Okay, so let's go back to the button. I'm just checking to see what props we need. Okay, so for the button, okay, so for props, I'm gonna add the props here, BG. I'm gonna set that to, I'm just thinking, what color should I use for this one? Okay, so bg, I'm going to create a variable. You know what, I'm just going to paste the color here. This is the color, or you can create a variable for this color. So that's going to be the background color of the button here. It doesn't show at the moment because we're not utilizing the bg yet. Okay, so we just need to utilize this bg for us to be able to use it. So we're just gonna go back to the button, and then let's do style, and then background. Let's just do background just in case we might want to use a gradient. So let's just do background like that. And then the padding, I'm gonna check, so I'm gonna put a default padding. Okay, so the default padding, I'm gonna set that to 0.8 rem, 2 rem. Okay, that's the default. And then let's do border radius. Let's do 1 rem. Okay, so we have a default padding and a default border radius like that. Okay, what we also need to do for this one, I'm just checking to see what padding I used for that. The color is purple. Oops, navigation color. I'm gonna do modifier. I'm gonna put a white modifier here. What default border radius did I set? Pattern border radius. Okay, I'm gonna set 60 pixels. So border radius, I'm gonna set that to 60 pixels. I'm also need a shadow modifier. Because I might want a shadow on this button. So I'm going to use a shadow modifier. I'll do that later. I'll do the shadow modifier later. But for now, let's just focus on adding the rest of the props. And then a padding. So padding, I'm going to do 1.2 rem. I want the button for this one to be slightly bigger. Okay. And then I'm going to say hover. I'm going to set that to true. Okay, I'm going to show you what this does later. Okay, so now the button is now big. So when I hover, I want this animation. So if you set to true, we're going to have the animation. If it's not true, we won't have this animation. Okay. So we have the hover, and then the border radius, the text. Pretty much we have everything for now. If we want everything else later, we can always add later. Okay, so now let's work on this hover effect using frame of motion. So I'm gonna go to the button. I'm also going to set the on click as well. I'll set it up here. Okay, the on click. So for us to use frame of motion, we need to import motion from frame of motion like that. So for us to make this button animated, we need to say motion dot button. So it's a motion button, motion coming from frame of motion. So mainly for this one, we're going to animate the hover. So I'm gonna collapse the styles. I'm just thinking how to rearrange this. So I'm gonna put styles at the end and class at the top. So I'm gonna put styles at the end and click above. So I'm gonna say while. So for this one, I'm gonna say while hover. Okay, I'm gonna check the hover if it's true. Okay, and scale. I'm gonna say 1.1. Okay, for some reason it's really good at guessing. 1.1. Okay, while hover, the scale is 1.1. As you can see now, it's scaling. We have the duration, not the duration, a transition. transition like this, and then I'm going to set the type to spring, but first I need to set the duration. I'm going to set that to 0.2. Okay, I'm going to do an ease here. I'm going to do a custom one. You know, you can mess around with these values to get the effect you want. And scale. Okay, so for scale, the type is going to be spring, the type of the animation, and then I'm going to paste the damping and the rest delta like that. So some of these variables, values, if you go to Framer Motion documentation, you can, you know, kind of mess around with these values. The values, yeah, the values, you can kind of mess around and, you know, experiment to see what works for you. As you can see now, the hover works. And if I go to the navigation, if I don't include this, the hover doesn't work anymore. Okay, so I can do this as well. I think it requires me to pass the true because I put the string. You can put it as a boolean here. Instead of string, you can do boolean. And why not? Let's just do that, boolean. And then here, we can just do that. Okay. Perfect. So that's it for mainly. Should be just contact, not contact us. Okay. I'll get rid of the us. Yeah, so the navigation is done. Okay, so I think I will take a break and then I'll come back to do the portfolios because it's going to take a lot of time doing this. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so now let's work on routing. So as you can see in the final project, we can route different pages. So let's go ahead and work on that in VS Code. Okay, but first off, let me address this warning here. You know what? I'm just going to put it back to string. I'm still a newbie in TypeScript, so I'll go back to the button here. I'll put it through. Okay, so now let's save. So everything should be normal now. So to do the routes, we just create the folders of the pages we want to route to. So in this case, we have the about, blogs. Okay, so these folders are empty. So these are the folders we want to route to. So just, you know, create those folders. So when I go to the about, as you can see now, there's nothing because we don't have the page. So each page you create a new folder like this in the app directory, and then inside that folder, and then create a page.js. So it's going to be read as a page, tsx in this case. So now it's going to be read as a page. Okay. So if I do export like this, when I save, you should see page here. It should show. Let me refresh. There you go. So now the nav is going to show because we're rendering this nav in the layout. Okay, so it's going to be showing everywhere. So when I go back home, about. So this is the about page. So this should be about page. So, you know, let me rename this so you don't get confused. About page like this. Okay, about page like this. So we have the about page. We need to do the same thing for the blogs. So we have the page.js. Should be tsx. I'm used to JS. tsx. And then we're going to do React functional component and export. So this one, let's rename. So this should be blogs page. Okay. Page blogs. So now we should be able to route to blogs. Okay, and about and home. So now with the routing in place, it's time to work for the on the home page. So on the home page, you're going to work on these portfolios. Okay, we have also a routing system for these portfolios. When I click each individual portfolio, we are routing to the individual portfolio. Okay, But for now, let's just work on these portfolios. So to do that, we're going to go back to the utils and create a portfolios file. Portfolios.tsx. Okay, so for the portfolio, we're going to have a lot of things in here. So let's start by creating an interface for this portfolio. So we're going to say export interface. So an interface is just like a modeling for our portfolio data. Okay, so we're just defining what goes into the portfolio. So portfolio, we're going to have an ID, which is going to be a number. Okay, let me make this optional actually, so we don't get many errors. Okay, and we're going to have name. Name is going to be string, and then we're going to have categories. Categories is going to be an array of categories. Categories is going to be an array of strings. Okay, strings, and then we're going to have an image. So the image, we're going to import static image data from next image. Okay, so it's going to be static image data from next image, and then we're going to have URL, which is going to be a string. All right, and let's do features. Features is going to be an optional array, and then we're going to do problem. Okay, which is going to be a string, and then we're going to have solution, which is going to be a string, and then we're going to have links, which is going to be an object. So we have website, string, and then the other link is going to be GitHub. Okay, you can add more links if you want. And then we're going to have content. So for content, it's going to be an object. It's going to contain a title. We're going to have some descriptions. So there's description. I put like 5 descriptions. Okay, 5 descriptions. You can add as many descriptions as you want, or you can put less. Okay, and also have some images for each individual portfolio. Okay, and that's it. That's the interface for our portfolio. So we have the content and these items here, and then we're going to say export const portfolios like this. So it's going to be an array of objects. We're using the just in case I'm using export here, I was thinking we might use it later somewhere. Okay, here we are going to do an object. So we're going to do ID, name. I'm just going to paste in those properties again with added values. So the images, we don't have this image yet. We're going to import. Okay, and then features is an array. Okay, so features, it's an array like this with features of the portfolio item. So here, each item is features. So when I click this one, it has features, problem, solution, whatever. You can put whatever stuff you want here. But this is just, a placeholder for you to put your own stuff. Features, and then we have problem, solution, and links, and content. I'll paste that stuff here. I'm gonna save. So now, okay, we have the correct stuff, but we just need to import these images. So to import the images, they're coming from public portfolio folder. So for example, if I say import portfolio 2, okay, so it's gonna come from it's gonna come from public. What's the full path? Portfolios, and then it should be portfolio 2, I guess. yeah, portfolio2.png. Okay, that's the full path. I'm just gonna paste in the rest of the imports for the images. Okay, so we have these images imported. We're going to be using these portfolios elsewhere later. So now we have one item, okay, for the blogs. So what we're going to do, we're gonna go to the home page, go to that page in here. So here we're going to do the portfolios. We're going to render the first. How many portfolios are we loading? So we're loading 8 portfolios. So what I'm going to do, I think I will create portfolios component .tsx. Okay, so it's going to be functional component. I'm going to use client. I'm going to go back to the page and do portfolios and render the portfolios here. When I go to the home page, so as you can see, it says portfolios here. I'm gonna go to the component. Let me try to close everything up so we don't have a lot of stuff open. Okay, so now in the portfolios, we just need to map through all of our portfolios we have. Okay, so I'm going to give this a class name, portfolios. Okay, let me import portfolios. So import them like that. And then now it's just time to map them. We also need to create a portfolio item. I don't think it's necessary, but we can do it here. Anyway, let's just create a portfolio item. So in the components, let's do portfolio item. Portfolio item.tsx. It's going to be a functional component. Use client. Okay, so here we're going to render a bunch of portfolio items depending on how many portfolios we have. Okay, so here I'm going to map through all of the portfolios. Okay. So, and then here we just return portfolio item. Okay. And then the key is going to be the ID of the portfolio. Okay, so in this case, I'm not going to use a lot of stuff. So in the portfolio item, I'm just going to create an interface. Actually, no. Let me see. So I need the image and the category. So I need image and categories. Okay, so image and categories. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, so let me see if we have something on the screen. As you can see, it says portfolio item because we have one item in here. Okay, so let's try to display that item. So here we're gonna put some props. Let me do name. So we need name. Portfolio. Do we have this property? Is it name or title? Yeah, it is name. Portfolio.name. So that's the property. And we also need the image. Portfolio.image. Okay. The URL. What else? URL. We don't need the description, do we? No, we don't need description. Okay. I'll get rid of the description for now. Let's just do the image and the categories. URL, key, categories. Okay. Name. Was there an error here? Name. Okay, so let's go to the portfolio item, get our props. Okay, so here we got our props. Oops. We just need to put our stuff in here for our portfolio item. Let's start with image. Okay, so I'm gonna do image. Make sure you import image from next image, and then we'll put that image, the prop. Okay, so with image, what error do we have now? We need the portfolio interface. Okay, like this. So we need the portfolio interface. So now when I save, we should have an image. There it is. Okay, so after the image, we are going to do the hover stuff. So here, when you hover, you can see this stuff here. Okay, so I'm going to create a class called hover. Okay, so in the hover, I'm just going to add a div. So this one is going to be an element. It's going to be hover categories. Yep, and then we're just going to map through the categories. And then we're going to return a span. Okay, like that. So we should have some categories. There they are. Perfect. And then we're going to have a p tag after the categories. So we are just going to name this p dot hover. Let's name it title. Okay, and we are just going to pass in the name like that. I think that's what we need for now. If we need anything else, we can do it later. URL. I don't think I'm using the URL somewhere for now. If we want to use it later on, we will. So I'll get rid of the URL. Okay. So save. So now we just need to style this item here. So let's go to styles, partials. Okay, so we should create a portfolio one, portfolio.scss. Okay, so most of the stuff, but the portfolio is going to be done in the portfolio.css. So I'm just gonna check where I can do the item. So portfolios, I'll click this, portfolios, I'll paste. The other thing that I need is the portfolio. So class. So give the portfolio item a class name as well of portfolio. Okay, so select this class name, put it here. All right, so now let's just do the basic stuff for the portfolios. So we're going to display a grid, display grid. So we're going to make this grid responsive. So we're going to use grid template columns. We are going to do autofill, not autofit, but fill, autofill. And then we're going to do the minimum width of the grid item is going to be 410 pixels. Okay, and you don't see it at the moment, but when I inspect, actually, because we didn't add the portfolio to the main, so don't forget to add the portfolio here. It should be portfolio. Okay, so now as you can see, the portfolios is now a grid, but the image is not styled yet. Okay, so we have that as a grid and a gap. Let's give it a gap. I'm just gonna use a variable. Okay, so this variable here, padding small 2, and then margin top, I'm going to set that to padding top, actually, not margin top. We're getting an error because we're not importing use vars. Okay, so we have access to the variable. As you can see now, it's working. Perfect. So now let's target the actual portfolio. The actual portfolio in here, we are going to give it a position of relative, height. Let's set that to 18 rem. And then let's set the overflow to hidden. And then I'm going to give it a border radius of 0.5 rem. Cursor, we're going to set that to pointer. And then I'm going to target the image, img. I'm going to give it width and height of 100%. And then object fit to cover. To cover, so the image doesn't stretch, not contain, but cover. And then I'm also going to give a border radius for this one. Border radius, I'm going to set that to 0.5 rem as well. So let's save. Portfolio. So we just need to make sure portfolio. Okay, perfect. So now it's working. The minimum width, it should be 400 pixels. This doesn't seem to be. Oh, it's only because we don't have any more grid items. So what I'm going to do, portfolios, I'm going to kind of page. I'm going to create a utils in the main. So here I'm just going to say utils, utilities. I'm going to say padding. I'm going to say utility pad 2, because I'm going to set this to rem like this. Okay, so upad, so it's a class utility padding 2. Okay, so the variable is going to be this one, sm. Oh, actually it should be pad md. Okay, like this, or you can just set to 2 rem actually. So like this. Copy this utility, and we're going to apply it to the page class name like this. So we should have a padding. So after, when we have this padding, I'm just going to get rid of the padding on the. Where did I put the padding? Padding top. I'll just put 1 rem now because we have 2 rem around. Okay, so we have the U pad 2 rem, so I'll just put 1 rem for this one. Okay, so it's gonna stay the same. All right, so now we just need to add more grid items for this to look nice. So let's go back to the portfolios here. So to add more portfolios, you just duplicate this and then change the data and then change the ID to make it unique, make it 2. So now we have 2 items. Let me see, there's something wrong with this grid. Inspect grid, template columns, autofill. Okay, the spelling is wrong. Autofill, min-max. Okay. 410 pixels. All right, so now there's our grid item. So the minimum width is 410 pixels. Okay, so now it's looking nice. So what we need to do, go back here, just duplicate this and change the ID incrementally. But in this case, I'm just going to paste in all of the portfolios I've done off screen. So I don't have to do it on the video because it's a lot of data. So I don't want to, it takes a lot of time to create this one by one. You know how to do this, so I'll leave it up to you. I'll just copy and bring the other portfolios here. Okay, so we should have like 8 items here. Okay, perfect. So now we have 8 portfolios. Now we just need to do the hover. I'll go back. Okay, so let's work on the hover. So portfolio, we've done the image. After that, I'm gonna do the hover. Okay, but we're still going to do it after the image. Okay, so we're gonna do hover. So for the hover, if you remember, is the items within the these items here. Okay, let me show you what I mean. So if I do hover, I'm gonna set the width. Okay, I want to say calc 100% minus 2 rem. Okay, so I want to leave a bit of space on top and bottom, left and right. Okay, and height, same thing. Let me see if this works. Okay, so I'm gonna say background color. I'm gonna set that to red. Okay, we don't see it yet because we need to set the position to absolute, and then we're going to say left and top 50%. Top for us to be able to center this 50%. Left 50, transform, translate minus 50. So it's going to be centered. As you can see now, there it is. It's now centered. We just need to, align the content within it. So after that, we're going to display flex. Okay. So we are going to run display flex and then column, flex direction to column. And then I'm going to give it a border radius. Border radius, I'm going to set that to 0.5 rem. Okay, as you can see now, it's rounded. The other thing, so we have categories. Okay, so this is the categories element. We select like this, categories. So for the categories, I'm gonna say align self, flex end, and then I'm gonna display flex as well for the categories and give them a gap of 0.5 rem. Okay, so now they have a gap of 0.5 rem. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to give them a font size of 0.9 rem, and then there's a span within this. For this span, I'm going to give it a padding top and bottom 0.3 and a background color of white. Okay, and left and right 0.8 rem. As you can see now, there it is. So now we just need to make it rounded. Let's do about a radius of 30 pixels and give it a box shadow of 15 pixels for the blur, 0 on the X and Y. Okay, there it is. It's looking pretty good. So now we're going to, after this categories, we're going to target the title. The title within this. Let's give it a padding and a font size and a font weight as well. So it says a padding of 5 rem, 0.5 rem top and bottom, and a font weight of 500. Let's also give it a background color and a border radius and a shadow as well, like that. Okay, as you can see now, it's looking way better now. The only thing we need to do is get rid of this placeholder background. Actually, let's leave it for now. Okay, we just need to animate this. All right, so for us to animate, we need to go back to the portfolio item and start doing some animations. So portfolio item, let's import framer motion. We're going to import motion from framer motion. For us to do some animations, we need to create some variants. So we're going to have some hover variants. Okay, so hover variants. So we're going to have 2 states. We're going to have the hidden state. So for the hidden state, the opacity is going to be 0. Okay, so hidden, I'm going to set the y to be minus 100, and then the scale, I'm gonna scale on the x, scale x. So scale x, I'm gonna set that to 0, and then opacity, I'm gonna set that to 0. Actually, I'll set this to 0.5. Okay, so that's for the opacity. And now, what else do we need? We need the visible. So for the visible state, when it's showing, we're basically just going to reset this. Okay, y0, scale 1, opacity to 1. But we need one more property, that is the transition. And then the animation, the type, is going to be spring. And then stiffness, I'm going to set that to 200. Damping, I'll set that to 10. You see what it does in a minute. Okay, and let's save. So now we have the hover variance. So now what we need is to show this, to use this hover variant. Okay, let me see. Hover. Okay, so here on hover, so it should be motion.div. Okay, and then let's do initial. Initial. So the initial state is going to be hidden. Okay, and then the variance is going to be hover variance, like that. And then let's save. So now, as you can see, now it's hidden, it's no longer there. But when we hover, we want to show that to do the animation. Okay, so let's create a state. Okay, so for the state, we're going to say const. Okay, let's do is hovered. So it's just going to be a true and false to check the state, if we're hovering. Okay, like that. And then I'm going to create some functions. I'm going to say const handle hover. I'm going to say start. Okay, and then set is hover to true, and then hover end, and then I'm going to set that to false. Okay, and then we have the functions which we can use, which we can do the state coming from framer motion. So initial, I'll do on hover start, and hover start. Okay, so we do handle hover, and then we have the end. So we're just toggling the state. Okay, so let's do COG. Okay, so let's check the console. So now if you go to the console, you can see now there is hover end and hover start. Okay, so that means our functions are working. So now let's just work on the animation. Let's start with categories. Okay, so for the categories, we're going to do motion.p. So this one should be actually, let's cut this. The hover end and start should be on the actual portfolio. Okay, and we should be doing motion.div. Okay, for the hover to work. So if we do motion.div, Okay. And yeah, oops, the hover still works. Okay, when we hover the portfolio item. Perfect. So now for this one, we can get rid of the motion for the hover, get rid of the initial hidden, get rid of that. We don't need it. The variance though, actually, I'll go back. Initial hidden and variance, we're gonna take those and they're going to be on the categories. We're going to do motion to div, and then we're going to add those two. Okay, and we're just going to check to animate. We're going to check is hover. If we're hovering, we're going to do the visible state, and then if not, we're going to do the hidden state. Okay, so as you can see now, when I hover, it's animating nice. So we need to do the same thing for this p tag. So we're going to do motion dot p, and I'm just going to copy these two, and I'll paste it on the p tag, and then save. Okay, so everything works, but we just need to make the animation different on the p tag. Okay, and also let's get rid of the background color of red. Where did I set that? Hover. Let's get rid of this placeholder background color. Okay, and let's do the we're going to do the p tag. I'm going to copy this. By the way, we can create this in a separate file and import these animations, but we're going to do that later. But for now, let's just do it in here. We can make this cleaner by just doing a different file for these animations. But for now, this is temporary. We'll change it later. So for this one, Y, I'm going to set that to 100 instead of minus. So now it's going in the opposite direction now. Okay, so now let's hover. Because we're not using the variance 2, hover variance number 2, we need to use that on the p tag. Okay, like that. So save. So it should be coming from an opposite direction now. Okay, so now let me show you how damping works. So let me save to put 100. As you can see now, it's really slow now. It's like really heavy. It's like a really strong spring. Let me put it back to 10. For stiffness, if I put 600, look how fast it's going. Okay. Let's put it to 1000. See what I mean? So just play around with these values. So for me, 200 is really good for me. So you can, mess around with the values to see what you like. So nice. So it's same thing as here. But here it's scaling both sides instead of scaling, instead of only transformation. So let's do some scales. So for the hover number 2, we are going to scale on the X. Okay, so we're starting from 0.5 for hidden. Scale. Let's start from 0.6. Okay, let's see. Okay. This spelling should be small letter S here for scale. Notice capital letter should be small letter scale S. Scale. Like that. And then let's save. Okay, so now it is scaling now. Okay, nice. So that's it for the portfolios now. I think we're going to route later to the individual portfolio. So now let's just focus on other stuff. Let's make this banner. Okay, so we're going to go to the components. Let's create a new folder. It's going to be banner. And then it's going to be banner.tsx. It's actually going to be banners, because we're going to have multiple banners in here. So for the first one, let's do functional component, export, use client. Okay, so let's create an interface for this banner. Props, we're going to have the text, which is going to be a string, and then a button, which is going to be optional. Button is going to be boolean, and then we're going to have a background. Background is going to be a string as well, and then we're going to have a shadow, which is going to be a string, and then we're going to have a color, which is going to be a string. Okay, so now let's get these props. Okay, what we need to do now for the background, I'm just going to put a default linear background, as you can see here. It's a nice background. So by default, the background, I'm just going to set it to a gradient, which is this radial gradient here, not linear. Okay, so you can copy this from GitHub, this gradient, or you can use your own gradient colors if you want to. Okay, so now I have those props. Let's just try to render the banner on the page. Let's go to the page, and we're going to render the banner just below the portfolios. I'm going to do banner, and then now here you just add your text. So for the text, you can generate some lorem ipsum text, or you can put your own text if you want to. But in this case, I'm just going to find some text, the one I'm using. Let me do text here, and then you put the text, okay? The text prop, and then the color, a color prop of white. Okay, so the text is going to be white. It says banner here. Okay, so with the color prop, and then the text, okay, which we don't have yet. So if I go back to the banner now let's just use those props. Okay, I'm going to do a p tag. So for the main one, main class name of this is going to be banner. So it's going to be banner, and then class name. So this is going to be an element. So banner text. Okay, and let's give it a color, which is the color prop. Color prop. You can just do this color prop, and here we just add the text. So hopefully we should see the text, but now it's white. We cannot see it anymore because it's white. But when we change the background color, we're going to be able to see the text. So now let's do the button. So for the button, it's going to be optional. So I'm going to check. I'm going to do button, and if button is true, if it's provided, I'm going to render the button component. Okay, the button component, and the props for the button. You remember the props we've done. So we have the text, and then the hover. Oops, the hover, and then let's close that. Okay, so now we have the button. Where is it? I don't know what color the button is, but it's there somewhere. We just need to style this banner. Okay, a few more things we need to do. Style, and then we're gonna do background, and then we're gonna do box shadow. Okay, I'm just going to check if shadow is true. Okay, so if shadow is true, I'm gonna do this border. Otherwise, it's gonna be none. Not border, I mean shadow. Otherwise, it's set to none. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this banner, Let's go to the styles and create a new style sheet for the banner. Partial, it's going to be banner to SCSS. And let's include that first in the main. And then we'll do banner. Okay, and now there it is. So now you can see the color now. It's purple. That's the background color because we didn't provide the background color. So the default one is going to be this one, this gradient. Okay, so banner, let's start this. Let's start with the initial size. Let's give it a margin top of 1.5 rem and a padding of 2 rem. Okay, so there's a margin top 1.5 rem matching the grid gap. And let's give it a border radius of 0.5 rem just to be consistent. And I'm going to target the text. And the text within, I'm just going to clamp the text size. The font size, the maximum is going to be 3.5 rem. The minimum is going to be 1.5. And then I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 1.5 rem, like that. Now, as you can see, the text is big. So now we just need to add a prop for the button. So wherever we're rendering this banner, we just need to say, what's the prop name? Button. Yep. And then it will show this button here. Okay, nice. Okay, it's a nice to work. By the way, you can put a tap animation. I'll show you how to do that later. Now let's just focus on completing this homepage. So after that, we have these four portfolios. We're reusing this. So to do that, I'm just getting some portfolios from the portfolios items. Let's say you have a lot of portfolios. You can pick a section of portfolios you want to pick. So in this case, I'm just going to pick the last 4, and then we're going to display them here. So what I'm going to do, for this banner, we might, let me check. Okay, we're going to do the animation later anyway. Let's just focus on the content now. So now we have the banner. We need to have mini portfolios like this. So here we need to include the portfolios, get the portfolios. I'm going to slice to get the last 4 items using the slice method for the array. Let me see how I start this. Okay, so here I'm going to do portfolios.map. Okay, portfolio. Let's slice first, actually. Slice. Okay. So we're going to do -4. Okay, we're going to get the last 4 items, -4, and then we're going to map. Oops, we're going to map like that, and then we're going to return a portfolio item, and then the props. We're just going to add those props. Portfolio.id, name, image, URL, categories, and then we close. Okay. There they are. Okay. But we need to display this as a grid. Okay. We've done this grid before, so just copy this mini portfolios, and then we go to portfolio. So everything portfolio related, we're going to put it in here. So mini portfolios, and then I'm going to give it a margin top of 1.5 rem, a display grid, and 1.5 rem for grid gap as well. Nice. As you can see now, margin top 1.5 rem, grid gap 1.5 rem. We have those portfolio items. Now the next section it's going to be the banner. Okay, so for the banner, there isn't a lot of stuff to do for this banner. We're just going to re-render this banner. Let's go to the page. Let me close everything so it doesn't look confusing. Banner, main. Okay, after the mini portfolios, we're just going to render this banner again. We're going to do banner. And then you put different text for the props and give it a different color. Okay, so put text and different color. So for me, this banner is going to have a shadow and then a text. Okay, you can put any text you want. So that's entirely up to you. So now we should have a banner with a shadow. But I think I'm going to put a custom shadow. This shadow looks very different from this. I don't know. I'm going to change it later. So we have the banner. Now we need to do this contact banner. Let's create this one. Or we can use the same banner, but with more props. I'm just lazy. I'll just do it like this. .tsx. Okay, so if you want, you can use the same banner. Just add more props to add more stuff if you want to. That's entirely up to you. So for this one, I'm going to create an interface with these properties, logo, links, and background. Okay, and I'm gonna do like this. I'm gonna get these props. So we have logo, title, links, background. Okay, so for the background, I'm just going to set a default background and default links as well, like what I did for the others. So links by default is going to be home, about, contact by default. If we don't provide any, we're just going to set default stuff. Okay, even if we don't provide a logo, we're just going to set this. We're going to set logo.png if we don't provide any. Okay, save. So it seems like we have an error. Description, interface. Props, title. I don't know why there's an error. Wait a minute. Let me. It's weird when it's like this. I don't know what. Okay. Contact banner function. Okay, so now contact banner. Okay, perfect. So now let's save. So now what we need to do, let's do the logo. So contact banner class contact banner and then we're going to do logo. Okay, img div, and then we're going to do title, description, contact banner, title, and description. And finally, we're going to have the links. The links. So the links, we're going to map through those links. Was the list of links. And then we're just going to return an A tag. Okay. Links. What is this? Okay, so we can do this just in case. Okay, so links. The A tag, I'm just gonna put a hash so it doesn't go anywhere. It's a placeholder. Okay, so let's save now. So now we should be able to see nothing because we are not rendering the contact banner. contact banner. So here we just need to add the props. Okay, so I'm not going to add a lot of props for this one. I'm mainly, contact banner. I'm just going to close this one. Okay, so the logo is not showing. Description, which we don't need. Let me see why the logo is not showing. Logo. Okay, equal to here. I need to load the logo by default. Logo.png. Okay, so our logo is here now. Let me check if those titles are there. Logo, links are not showing because I need to add default links. Okay, so for this one, I think we have home, about, or you can add a prop if you want, but I'm just going to add this as default. Okay, perfect. So now it's time to style this banner. Let's go to the banner. We do contact banner. I'm going to give it a margin top of 1.5 rem padding and a minimum height of 15 rem, like that. Okay, and then, okay, so I'm going to do display flex, but for now for me, instead of keep writing display flex, I'm going to do mixins. Okay, .scss. So we're going to create like some sort of a function with mixins and mixin. So we're going to be able to reuse this. Okay, so we're going to name this flex. So it's going to take 3 arguments. So the first one is going to be direction, because I've done this before, so it remembers. So direction, justify, and align. Okay, so save. Okay, so now we need to access this mixin. So we're going to do at use vars, if we need vars, mixins, like that. And then here we're just going to do it include, and then flex, and then we're going to do direction. So the direction is going to be column, and then we're going to do center, everything. We're going to align everything to the center. Okay, so that's it. Now we need to give it a gap and a border radius of 1.5 rem, like that. I'm going to target the logo, and then image, logo img. I'm just going to give it a shadow. I'm going to do filter, and then drop shadow. 1 pixel on the X, 4 pixels on the Y, 7 pixels for the blur. There you can see the shadow is nice. And I'm going to target the links. I'm going to say end links. I'm going to do flex again. So this one is going to be raw. And then we're going to center this. The gap is going to be 3 rem. Okay. Instead of link here, it's going to be a tag. We're going to do flex again, row, the direction, it's going to be on the row, and then center, gap, it's going to be also, for the gap for this one, I think I'll just get rid of the gap actually. Links, here, I'll just do a color of white actually. Color white. Now let's save. Okay, nice. The background, we need to do a default background. So if we go to the banner, we need to do some kind of a default background. I'm going to do a linear gradient equal to linear. If you don't provide the prop, this will be the background color, or you can always use the prop if you want to. Okay, For some reason it's not showing background because we're not using the prop. Okay, so style, we have the background. Okay, so there it is. So we have the contact banner. The text could be better, to be honest, but I'll leave it as is for now. If we need to change it, we can do it later. But yeah, that's it for the main homepage. The next video, I think it's mainly about routing using the portfolio item. So as you can see here, we can click here, route, and then we route, and then we display the portfolio items and content. And that'll be the next part. I'll just take a break from this at the moment, and I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so now let's work on the routing for the portfolio item. So when I click, I want to route to the individual portfolio that we click on, and then we're going to do the animations later on. Okay, so for us to be able to route to the individual portfolio, let's create a new page. So the new page is going to be portfolio page. So for us to do an individual portfolio route, I'm going to create another page here. So it's going to be dynamic. So we use these square brackets for dynamic pages. So it's going to be portfolio name, the name of the portfolio. Okay, and then we are going to create page.js inside that page.js, and then we're going to do this React functional component export, and then we're going to use client. Okay, so now we should be able to visit portfolio. If we do portfolio / whatever, it should show page here. It should be portfolio. Okay, so whatever name we have, it should show page. Okay, so we're going to take this. So this is a router parameter. We're going to search blogs based on the router param. Okay, so by the way, this should be TSX. Okay, so now we have that. Let's just make sure when we click on our blogs, portfolios, we are going to be able to route. Okay, so I'm just going to do, let me check if I have the on-click portfolio. I'm just checking if I have the on-click. Okay, seems like we don't. On-click, which I am going to add here when we click the portfolio item. Okay, so we have an error now because did I add the click? I think it's because I need to edit here. On click. Okay, let me check the portfolio item portfolios. Oops, why am I scrolling like this? Portfolios. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm looking for the click. Okay. So we should have. So for the click, I'm just like thinking. On click. So this should be void. It's gonna return nothing. Okay, so we shouldn't have errors anymore. So on click, so we want to route. Okay, so for us to route, we're going to import use router. Use router, it's coming from next, not router, but it's coming from next navigation. They changed, we're using next 13 now. So it's not route anymore, it's navigation. So here we're just going to route to the URL. So router.push portfolio, and then the name of the portfolio. Okay, like that. Okay, so now when I go back, when I click, it's going to route to the name. But as you can see, there's some spaces on the name. Okay, so we need to lowercase this and replace the space with a dash. Okay, so to do that, let's go back to the portfolio, and then portfolio. I'm thinking portfolio name, what to start with. Let's start with getting the portfolio. So here we're going to do type or interface. Let's do params. So params, we are going to be able to get the portfolio name. Okay, so params, we're going to get whatever is in here. So if I do cog, like this, I can do just params dot portfolio name like that. I can inspect, as you can see here, there it is. So we are getting the param. So if I change, as you can see, we're getting it. So we're going to filter based on the title of the blog. So when we click, the name of the portfolio is showing here. So we're going to filter our blogs array to see if whatever item we click on exists in the array, and then we're going to return that information and then display the information. Okay. So I'm just thinking what we're going to start with. Okay, so here let's do portfolios. We're importing those. Okay, so I'm going to run a find method. Method to try to find the corresponding portfolio. Okay, so let me check if I have spaces here. Okay, so let me go back to the blog portfolios. I think I am routing with. What am I routing with? Okay, I have a URL that I'm routing with. So I'm going to search based on the URL instead of me. Oops, I'm gonna close this. It's so confusing at the moment. Okay, so here I'm gonna do the URL, not the name. I'm gonna go back here. I'm going to do a find const portfolio. I'm gonna do find. So it's going to return a callback function. Okay, so we're here going to return portfolio.url params.portfolio name. So if the URL matches the params here, whatever we pass after portfolio, okay, whatever we pass after that, if it matches, we return that item. Okay, let me COG this. Let me COG if we do have the item in the array. So let's inspect home console. When I click, as you can see now, it's returning that item. okay, based on the URL of the item, like this, if it exists, okay? Or you can use the title and get rid of the space, okay? Like that, you can just split, okay, and then join with a dash if you want to use the name. So yeah, we're getting the correct item. Now we just need to populate that data. So for us to populate the data, I'm going to do const. I'm going to do structure. I'm going to do structure. We have name, categories, name, image, categories. I'm just going to paste in the items we want to destructure from portfolio. These items. So we have these errors because as these items are not used. I'm also going to destructure some items from content. Const. I'm gonna destructure from content. Description image like this from content. So now it's just time for us to do this. So I'm going to name this project. You can name this whatever you want. It's going to be a project item. So that's what I'm going to name it. So here we have dot project. It's going to be header. It's going to be the header. Okay. And I'm going to have an img in there. Img. So the source, it's going to be image. So if we're checking if it doesn't exist or exists. Okay. So some of these images will, because they're optional, so some of them, you might decide not to put an image. Okay, so we're checking for no checking. Otherwise, we'd get an error. TypeScript is gonna give us an error anyway later on. So we just do it now. So the image, the other thing, we are going to do another div after the image. We're going to do overlay. After the overlay, we're going to do a div with the class of banner. Okay, so we have banner. We're going to do banner header. So this is a different banner from the regular banner we've created before. This is a banner for this, specifically for this one. Okay, and here we're going to have an h1. We're going to do dot banner title. Okay, and then we're just going to pass in the name like that. After that, we're going to map through our categories. Okay, so it's just mapping through. It's nothing new. Mapping through the categories with the class name of category. Each category we're going to return a span. Okay, category. We're going to why do we have an error? Oh, we need to return, and also we need to give it a key. That's why I don't like this auto completion. Okay, so now get rid of this, and then we return in here. Okay, so key, we can do the index. We're just going to put a number, and then we're going to do index. Okay, like that. So now we have the category. These are categories. The next thing after the categories, so this should be in a div called categories. Dot banner categories, like that. And then finally, we're just going to put a description with the class name of banner, text like that, description, nice. And then after the header, we're going to have the content. I'm going to copy this content, so for the content, we're going to have the intro section. So when I click this, the intro is going to be this text here. You see this text is the intro section. So if I hover, as you can see here, the intro section, okay? So it's going to be this first section here. It's going to be the project intro, like that. And then we're going to check. So sometimes you might not want to include those features, so it's optional. So we're doing conditional render here. So if we have features, then we can display. If we don't, we're not going to display anything, okay? So I'm just going to create a UL and another list, UL with a class of features, and then just mapping through those features and returning a list item for each individual feature. Okay, and we need to add a key. So we're just gonna say we're just gonna put it to a number for the index, like that, because it's a list. Otherwise, it's going to complain in the console. All right, so those items are showing right there. So the other thing that we need to add is solution. So we're just going to do this same thing, but solution. Okay, and I'll just copy the solution bit. Features. Okay, I'm just trying to see with solution. Okay, so we have a div solution. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, so we have a div solution. So in the solution, we are going to do a problem, conditional render of problem inside the solution. So we're going to also put problem within the solution area. Okay, so meaning these two are in the same item. Okay, so we have a problem. I'm just putting a margin bottom and a class of problem. After that, I'm just going to add the solution and problem text. Okay, so we have problem, which is this one. If I collapse, problem, and then here we have solution. Okay, so problem here at the top, solution here at the bottom. Okay, nice. But this is not wise though. So let's say we have the problem. These two should be linked together. So if we have the problem but not the solution, one of these. So if you have the problem, not the solution, the problem will not show because it's tied to the solution. Okay, so these two are tied together. I mean, the problem is tied to the solution, but the solution can exist without the problem. But the problem cannot exist without the solution. So yeah, these two are tied together. This is not wise, but you can put this into a separate, a separate element if you want to, but it doesn't matter for me. I'll just put it there. So now we have the items. The last one is links. For the links, we're just checking if we have the links. So links, we're checking, and then if we have the links or if we don't have the links, it doesn't show. If we do, we're going to map through the links. Okay. So if we have the links, I'm just going to put an H4 and then I'll say project links. And then I'll map through. We're going to map. Actually, we're not going to map the links. It's an object, it's not an array. So I'm going to say links dot github github. So if we have the link, we're going to do condition render of the link item coming from the next link. Make sure you import that. Okay. And then we do links.github, and then it says here it should be GitHub repo, like that. And then we're going to do the same thing for the website. So this should be GitHub. Okay. Same thing. There it is. Repo. And then website. So the website, I'm just going to put the name of the website. That one, you can open. So I created this application ages ago. I didn't finish it, but it's mainly functional. The main functionality is working, but the backend I'm using at the moment, it's really slow. I'll just open in a new tab. I'll just leave it to load. Okay, so now we should have the links. So the final things that we need to do is just the images. After the links are done, after the links, we have this div here. We're going to do horizontal images. Dot horizontal images is a class. Okay, horizontal images. So here I'm going to check. Oops. I'm going to check for image number 2 if it exists, and then we should display the image. But in this case, I'm going to be using the next image. So make sure you import next image, and then we display that image. Okay, and then I'll do this for the rest of the images. Okay, do this for the rest of the images. So this horizontal images, I'm going to add a modifier to this, and then we have a full screen modifier, full screen, and then I'll add the rest of the images in there. That's it. So now that's all of the content. We just need to style this. So for us to style, let's create, there's an error somewhere. Let's see. So, okay, so TypeScript. Okay, it's very strict. So we need, so it's now checking. So, it's very, very strict for that. So otherwise, we're just going to make it an empty object. Same here. So we don't get the error anymore. Perfect. So now, what we need to do is styling. Let's create a new file. For this one, I believe, actually, I think I did the styles. I'll copy this. I think I did it in the portfolio rather than creating a new file. Okay. Let me collapse these two. So I'm going to set position to absolute, top 0, left 0, top 0, left 0, and then I'm going to set width to 100%. Okay, perfect, nice. So for the image, we're going to have like an overlay for this one. All right, so I'm going to target the header. header. So for the header, I'm going to set position relative and height to 100 VH. And then let me check. Header. What do we have in the header? Okay, so let's give this a class name. This image of BG image, like this. Okay, I'll copy this and then I'll do BG image. I'm going to do position absolute, left and right, left and top 0, width and height 100%, and object fit to cover, like that. Okay, top 0. Let me see why it's not 0. Image project. I'm just wondering why there's a space like this at the top. Wait a minute. Navigation. What's going on here? Let me refresh again. Go back home. About. Let me click again. Huh. Very strange. Inspect. I'm just trying to see why it's not starting at the top. Position relative. Header. So header is the one which is not starting at the top. Position absolute project. Okay, absolute top 0. Okay, top is set to 0. The header. Okay, I see why. BG image, it's actually starting at top. Position relative. So this should be absolute, not relative. Okay, so now perfect. So it's looking pretty good. So I think we need to add the overlay. Okay, so BG image, we'll collapse this, and then I'm going to do overlay, and then I'm going to set position to absolute. Okay, so the position relative should be on the header. Okay, so this should be relative instead of absolute, because we're going to position absolute the overlay within the header. Okay, and then the BG image is set to absolute. Oh, wait a minute. Very confusing. Project. So project is coming after the navigation. So we put that to position absolute, top 0, header, position relative, because we want to position around the items within it. And then the BG image top. I think we might have to run a negative, okay, for this to properly work. Okay. Let's save this. Let's go back to the overlay. Let's just finish on the overlay for now. I'll give it a width and height of 100%, and then I'll give it a gradient that goes to the bottom. So the opacity is going to be 0.3 all the way to the dark color, the black color. Okay, so the gradient is going to stop here. I'm going to inspect. I'm going to get rid of pointer events for this one. I'm going to set pointer events to none. Okay, so inspect again. We're inspecting. So for this image, top, I find it really weird why it's not going all the way to the top. But anyway, I'll try to fix this later. For now, I'm just going to give it a negative. A negative 25 pixels. Okay, so top, same as here for the overlay, negative 25 pixels. So when I find out the problem why it's doing that later, I'll fix it. And then I'll do that here, 25 pixels. Okay, and then I'll save. Okay, perfect. So now it doesn't seem to be like 100 VH for me. It should be covering like, let me inspect here. So here, the project header, the height is set to 100 VH, which we've done. And the project is set to absolute. Oh, by the way, I'm using a section here. So we probably want to use this section as well. It doesn't change anything, by the way, so let's just use section. Project. Is there anything I'm missing? Left top 0. Project. So we have 4 styles here, same as here. Header. Really strange. Position. Oh, I think I might know why it's working nice, because of the animations that we're going to be doing later. I think. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I don't know what. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, we'll fix it later. I'm just too fixated on the problem. Now, let's start these up. Let's start with the banner. Okay, so I'll do the banner after the header. I'm going to give it a padding, mean height of 5 rem, and position absolute, left 1.5 rem. Okay, there it is. I'm going to give it a Z index. I'm going to give it a Z index of 10. And then I'm going to give it a width. So the width is going to be 100% minus 3 rem. Okay, there it is. And the background color is going to be white. So we are also going to have a header within this. I'm going to do display flex. And then the title, I'm going to give it a font weight of 700. All right, like that. So page, banner, should be header, title, like that. Okay, so banner, header, and then the title. Nice. After that, we are going to target the actual title. So this is the banner text, and then banner header, which is this title here, which we're going to target. Okay, so wait a second. Banner. No, we don't need to. It's not inside the header. So banner title should be on its own. Take this out of the banner header. Okay, so contact banner header, and then the title is after that. Let me check what I'm using for the title. So for the title, I'm using a gradient. So I'm going to give it a background color of a gradient, like this. Background color, it's going to be a gradient. And then I'm going to do a clip using, actually the font weight, I'll put it to 400. I'm going to clip using WebKit to clip the background. So the background color is set to a certain color, and then the clip is going to clip whatever is on the background. You can use an image for that, but in this case, we're just going to clip the background, which is the color. And then I'm just going to put a clamp for the font size to make it automatically responsive. And then I'm going to do the same thing for the text. This is the index. Put it up here. I'm going to do the same thing for the text. So I'm going to say end text. I'm just basically going to copy, paste. And then the margin top is going to be 1.5 rem. The clamp is going to be 2 rem. The maximum 0.8. The is the minimum font size. Okay. Nice. And this text size, let me see. Nice. Okay, so I think I'm going to reduce this to 3.5 rem. I think it does the job. 3.5. And now let's do the categories. I'm going to display flex those. If you remember, we need to include the mixins, and then for the categories, we're going to include flex. Okay, so we're going to do flex row for the row. Then it's going to be center, okay, like that. And then the gap is going to be 1 rem. So we don't see anything yet because there's only one item here. There it is. There's 2. I'm going to target the span within this. The span, which I'm going to give a box shadow and a border radius of 30 pixels. There it is. Nice. I'm going to target each individual category and give it a color. So categories like this, I'm just going to give them a color like that, and then give it a font size as well like that. Okay, so now it's smaller. So we're going to fix this issue soon. Let's just continue styling for now. Let's go down to this section here. So that's the content. So here with the banner project, and then with the content, and then with the intro. For the intro, I'm going to display grid and then two columns, two column grid, and then a padding, top and bottom 6, 20 rem left and right, and then I'm going to give it a font size, clamping the font size, and then I'm going to give it a transition like that. Okay, so I'm going to target the features. Okay, so after transition, I'm going to say features. I'm just going to do flex. I want it to cover 50%. Okay, we're doing a grid, so we don't need to do flex like this anyway. We don't do this anymore. I'll just select the LI, and then I'm just going to clamp this. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to target the H4, which are those headers. H4. I'm going to give it a font size and a color and a margin bottom of 1 rem like this. There's a margin bottom. Nice. After that, I'm going to target the P tag and the LI and give it a color gray 4. Color gray 4. That's the variable. Now it's gray. Finally, I'll target the links. I'm going to do flex and then column direction, and then I'll target the anchor tag. I'll give it a gray color and then make it underline, text decoration underline. And then when we hover, it's going to be a pink color or red color. Okay, so this, when we hover, it's looking pretty good. The font size, it seems different from here. Let me check. I mean, similar. But yeah, we'll fix it later anyway if it's not to our satisfaction. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. So now we just need to style these images up to make them, the first two images, we're just going to do a grid. I'll select horizontal images. I will collapse the intro. I'll do horizontal images. I'm going to display grid. We're going to have autofill. It's going to be a responsive grid. Autofill. And then we're going to do margin top. Oops. Margin top. 6 rem and border radius of 0.5. Okay. There it is. That's the horizontal images. And I will target the actual image within the horizontal images, IMG. So if you can remember, the horizontal images are these two images somewhere down here. These two here, and then there's the full screen modifier. Okay, so horizontal images, IMG. I'm going to set width and height 100% and object fit to cover and give it a border radius. Okay, so there it is. So finally, we have the full screen modifier. I'll do end full screen. Oops, the modifier is like this: full screen modifier. I'm just going to do margin top of 5 rem and also do a padding bottom of 5 rem. Also, for the full screen modifier, what else do we need in here? We'll do padding left 2 rem, like that. Okay, that's for the full screen. And finally, I'm going to do end, not first child, not actually first child. I don't want the first image in the horizontal, in the full screen. I don't want the first child to have a margin top of -1 rem. I want the rest of the images that follows to have -1 rem margin top. Okay. Not first child. Why is it? Let me inspect here. So this one. Okay, let me margin top -1 rem. Padding bottom 3 rem. Okay, so this should be the IMG. Okay. So yeah, now as you can see, now they're together now, -1 rem. Okay, so now what we need to do is apply the padding layout around these. So the utility, if you remember, the name of the utility class is upad2. Let's go back to the page. Let's put that here, horizontal images, like that. So we should have the utility. Also, we need to have that here. I think it's the project content. Actually, we don't need on the project content. We just leave it like this for now. If we want to edit later, we can. Yeah, that's pretty much what we need to do for now, except fixing this issue here. I'll come back on the next section. We'll address the issue. And that's pretty much it. We can route to the... Let me try to click other projects as well. Everything works as expected. You can click this. You can go to the next. You can go to the links, SnippetMaster. You can go to the project. Now it's loaded. So now it's working properly. We can click the user who created the snippets, and then it's going to route to that user. But this backend, the service provider is really slow. It's taking ages to do anything. Okay, but yeah, everything works as we expect. We will next time work on the... I think we'll do a bit of animations and then fix this issue here. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and fix this banner here. I think the padding is a lot of padding in here as well. I'm just going to get rid of the padding. What's wrong with this button? And let me refresh. There's something weird about this border. I think the shadow. Let me see. Category box shadow. I don't know why it's being weird, but we're going to fix it later. Now let's just focus on fixing this banner here. Go to the portfolios. We need the banner. I think the padding, I'll just leave it at 2 rem around. Okay, now it's a bit smaller. And for some reason, I don't know why, before, top minus 25 pixels. Let's just put it to 0. Before it wasn't working. I have no idea why. And then here, let's put it to 0. And yeah, now it looks normal. And the overlay, we need to do that for the overlay as well. Overlay. Okay, yeah, top 0. We did the reset. I think it's looking way better now. We're going to fix this later. For the border radius. Now let's just work on the about page, and then we're going to do the animations at the end. So now let's just do the content for that. Why do we have a scroll overflow? Okay, so let's go to the main. Let's set overflow X to hidden. In the body, actually, let's set it in the body. Yep, nice. So now about, let's open the about page. Let's create a new partial. It's going to be about .scss. Let's load that partial in here in the main. It's going to be about. Okay, so we're going to close this now. So for the about, I am going to give it a class. So for now, I want the padding. The utility class we created before, pad 2. And that's the utility. Okay, so now I'm going to start with the header section of this. I'm going to say .about header. About header. Okay, so in the about header, we're going to have an image. About, img, about header, image, like that. Okay, so for the source, it's going to be about.png, which is coming from the public folder. So when I go to the about, there's the image now, it's showing. But as you can see in the final product, we have a random gradient being generated in the background. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to do const gradients equal to an array of gradients. So I'm just going to paste in some gradients in here. Let me find where I did the gradients. Okay, so I'll paste in a list of gradients. These ones. Okay, and I'm just going to create a random generator function, and I'll just do this as a function. Let's return a random gradient. So gradients. Okay, so here we're just using math.flow to get rid of the decimal points, and then math.random is going to generate a random number between 0 and 1, and then we're going to multiply by the length of the items in this array. Okay, so and then we're just going to return this. So now let's see if we have this in the console. So if we go, let's check our console. There's nothing in our console. Let me check this console. Okay, it's working, but for some reason it's showing in this console here. I don't know why. There it is. Okay, so it's working. So now I'll get rid of the console.log. So now I just need to place that background on the actual header. So I'll go for the about header style, and then I'll set that random gradient. So it's there. We don't see it because we haven't styled the header yet. Okay, let's go ahead and do that and do the styling for that. about. Let's start with the header. Paste in the class selector about header. So we're going to give it a position of absolute and set top to 0 and left to 0, like that. So it's now at the top. Okay, and width, let's set to 100%, and then minimum height, we're going to set that to 300 VH, because we're going to have like a sticky scroll. So when I scroll down, it's going to stay for a bit as we scroll. Okay, so we need to have like a lot of height, or you can even do more than 300 VH if you want to like, you know, to make it sticky for longer. Okay, but in this case, I'm just going to do 300. So now let's do that. And I'm going to target the image. So I'm going to say position fixed, and then top and left, top 50%, 20%, left 50%, and then I'm going to center this on the x-axis using a translate. So as you can see, as you can see now, top 20%, and then it's centered on the x. And I'm going to give it a z index, border radius, and then a max width of 70%. Okay, like that. So now, there it is. The image looks good. We can scroll, but the position is fixed. Okay, that's the effect we're looking for. I'm just going to give it a bit of a shadow. I'm going to use the filter property and then drop shadow. Filter, drop shadow, and then it's going to have a bit of a shadow. Okay, so by the way, I created this image using a website called ray.so, like that. So here you can kind of put your code. You can, you know, write your own code, your own stuff here, whatever you want to write, and then you can generate the image. Okay, that's what I did for this one. What else? So now that's that. Now I think we need to go for the content. We're going to reuse this banner here. So I'm just going to copy the banner. If you remember, we have the banner component, but first I need to create a content div. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to do about header content, like that. Okay, let me check if we need. Okay, we actually need some content in the header, but we're going to do that later, because as you can see, when I go on a smaller screen, the image is going to disappear and then the content will show, the text. Okay, but we will add that later. I don't think it's necessary now. Now we're just going to only focus on the image, and then we'll do the content later when we're doing the animations. Okay, so now we have the about content here. We need to render a banner. We've done this component already. So the title, it's actually text, the prop. So we have text, and then I'm going to give it a color of white, and then I'm going to close this. So the button is set to true. Okay, that's why it is a prop button. Set about content. Wait a minute. About header content. Okay, we need to style this because there's a 300 VH. So we need to about header content. So the about header is stretching 300 VH. So we need to kind of give a margin top of 300 VH for the content. Okay. So after that, there it is. Okay. But for now, I don't want this image to be fixed. We're going to change this later. So I'm just gonna put it back to relative. Okay. Like that. And yeah. There's our banner. And the next thing is going to be these items here. Okay, but for now, I'm just going to add the contact banner. I'll do contact banner. Contact banner. Okay, so now we should have those two banners. Oops. So we have the contact banner and the normal banner. Now I just need to create a new component, but I'll create a section for that. I'm going to say section dot strategy section. Okay, and now we are going to create some. So this is going to be a strategy item. This item here, it's going to be this title and the text. So let's create a new component. It's going to be strategy item. Strategy item.tsx. It's going to be a functional component, and then we're going to export. Use client. We're going to use state and use effect later. Okay, so strategy item. We need to have a header as well. Strategy item. Let's go back here to the section. We're going to have an h2 with the class of strategy section title, like that. This should be an h2, and then we're going to start with strategy. So this is the title here, says strategy, and then we have the strategy item. Okay, so for the strategy item, I'm going to create an ordered list. order list, and then it's going to be strategy section for the class, strategy section list. Okay, and then here I'm just going to render the list items, which is strategy item. Okay, so here so this is going to be a list item. If we go here, let's convert this to an li, because it's a list item. All right, so now we have an li. Let's give it a class of strategy item. Okay, nice. So now we just need to create an interface. You can name this strategy props. I'm just going to name it props, just to keep it short. And then we're going to have a number. It's going to be a number, and then title is going to be a string, and then description. I'm going to do title, description, like that. So they're going to be required, so just keep in mind. And then it's going to be the props. Okay, so now we have those. Let's create strategy item. So this is going to be a block, this list item. The strategy item, I think I'll do number. Let me start with the title actually. Title, and then in the title we are going to have the number, and then we're going to have the text. Okay, now the other thing that we want is going to be the description, and let's save. Okay, I think it's looking really good now. let me check if we have something. So here says strategy, but the text is not there yet because we didn't not add the props here. Okay, so number, we have the prop number. It's a string. Okay, let's do 0, 1. So the number, I'm going to make it a string. Okay, string 0, 1. And then the title is going to be research, and then just add some text. Description, just add a text for that. There it is. So we have the title and the description. Okay. So now it's only a matter of styling. Let's start with the section strategy section. Okay. So the strategy about. Okay, let's actually create a new partial for this strategy .scss. Okay, and we need to add this so we don't forget. Strategy, nice. Okay, strategy section. I'm going to give it a margin top of 4rem and a margin bottom of 4rem and a color of gray 4. So let's import the variable using the use vars. Okay. Is this the wrong path? Okay, the path is wrong. It should be just vars like that. So yeah, there's a margin here, and I'm going to target the title. So for the title, I'm going to give it a position relative, font weight of 500, and a padding bottom of 3 rem. And then the font size, I'm just going to clamp it. The minimum is going to be 1.5 rem, the maximum 3 rem. Okay, and I'm going to create this line here using an after pseudo element. So I'm going to do after. Position is relative because we want to position absolutely after, and then we're going to do position absolute content empty string, and then bottom 0, left 0. Okay, like that. Okay, and we just need to give it a height of 1 rem and width of 100%, and give it a background color of purple, color purple, the variable. You can use any color you want here. So there it is. Or you can use a gradient. I don't know if I think it will look nice with the gradient as well. Okay, we have that. I'm going to close the title, and then we have the list, which is the OL, order list. I'm just going to give a margin bottom of 10 rem, like that. Nice. And then I'm going to target the strategy item, which is the li. The strategy item, position relative, padding top and bottom 4 rem, left and right 3 rem. All right, so the li here. Now there's a nice padding. Okay, I'm going to display flex this. Okay, and I'm going to include flex. Okay, so direction is going to be row, and then we're going to do initial and then center. Okay, we need to import the mixins. Okay, and I want to give it a gap of 2 rem. All right, and in there I'm going to target the title. The title's side, it's a and title. So the title, it contains this small number and this text here. So I want it to have like a more width, like 35% of the flex. So I'm going to do flex, and then shrink 0, grow 0, and then 35%, like that. So now it's covering 35%. I'm also going to do flex for that, and then it's going to be row and center, align center, like that. Okay, and it's looking pretty good so far. I'm going to target the first child in the title, span, first child. I'm going to give it a padding top of 0.88 rem and 10% of the flex size and align cell flex start. Like that. Okay, nice. And I'm going to give it a font size. And the color gray 3. Okay, so let me check if I'm returning a span. Okay, so title, span, first child, which is the number. Let me inspect here. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm just checking if I'm missing something. So margin right, 1, pattern top. Nice. And after this, strategy, after the title, we have the description. For the description, I'm going to make it take 65%, and then font size, I'm just going to clamp. I'm going to clamp to 2 rem and give it a font align height of 1.6 rem. Okay. And yeah, so now we have the line here at the top. I want to give it a line at the bottom as well. So for that, I'm going to use an after pseudo element. So for the line, the after pseudo element, it's going to be strategy item position relative. I'll do an after here. After, and then position absolute content empty string, and then left top, instead of top 0, we want to get bottom 0. Width and height 3 pixels, width 100%, and a gradient background like this. Okay, save. There it is. You can do a before after pseudo element, it's up to you. Nice. Okay, so the only thing we need to style is this text here. Let me check. The title. Okay. It's 4.5 rem. That's the font size. And it's 35%. Okay, so I'm just checking to see if I've missed the font. Font weight. Why did I put the font weight 500? I think I put on a wrong. Okay, so which study section and title? Strategy item title. Okay, so this should be on a strategy item, not section. Okay. Strategy section. Now I'm getting confused with the naming now. Let me go back. Strategy item with the title in here. And then strategy section. Title is this one. Sorry, section title. And then we have this strategy item title. Okay. Strategy section, I'm going to collapse. And then we have strategy item, which has its own title. Okay. And for that title, I'm going to give it a font weight of 500. and the clamp of 4.5 rem for the. Okay, so font weight 500, clamp minimum font size 2 rem, and then maximum 4.5. There it is. It's looking better now. The only thing that we need to do, we've done the flex, and I think that's it. It's looking similar. Okay, yeah, it looks about it. So now we just need to render more of these strategy items and change the text. Okay, and let's go to the page. Let's duplicate this and change the text around. So instead of number 1, you put number 2 and change the text to whatever text you want to use. Okay, I'm just going to paste in the rest of the strategy items. Okay, so we have 2. I'm gonna save. Here you see we have a list, and now I want to also duplicate this URL again, and with a new title. Now it's going to be creative development, and then we're going to change the text again. So duplicate this URL, this whole thing. If you duplicate and then you change the title here to creative development. Okay, oops, you duplicate this whole thing here with the title as well, like this. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy the text, which I've done already. Okay, so I'll paste it here. So here I'll change the title to creative development. Creative development. And then I'll save. There it is. It says creative development. Oops, wrong. There it is. So yeah, that's about it for the about section. Everything seems to be good, the styles and everything. Now we just need to do this section here, the blog section. Okay, and oh yeah, I'll take a break and I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be working on the blog section, and then after that we'll do the animations. All right, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's work on the about, on the blogs, I mean, so the blogs page. Let's start with, I'm just going to render contact banner in here. Contact banner. And I'm just going to also render the regular banner. So just make sure you add the necessary text or props. So in this case, I'm just going to paste in the props I'm going to be using. So color, white, button to true. And I'm also going to give it a layout. Utility, padding 2. Like that. And then now it's looking good. So as you might notice, I have blogs in the utils. So I didn't want to do this on video because it's going to take a lot of time. So I have the interface blog for our data modeling. So we have a list, which is going to be an array for this one. So it's going to have like a title and description. It's going to be an array of objects. And then we have the outro, image, introduction. So it's basically going to be this information here. So we have the list, which is going to be this one. The title, introduction, I think, and then the outro, which is going to be this text, or you can call it summary. That's up to you. Yeah. So let's work on this grid first, and then we move on to the routing for the individual grid. Okay. So now here's our blogs with the title. So here I'm just putting the data that we're going to be using. So we have like a total of 4 blogs, I think 4 or 5, and then we're exporting the blogs. In here, we need to import blogs. And then we're just going to map through with a blogs class. And then we're going to map and return a blog. Okay. So blogs.map. Oops. And then we're going to return an individual blog. So we're going to return blogs, blog, like that. So make sure it's a return. We don't need the, I think we need it because we don't have an ID. So this should be a number. And then a key, because it's a list, key equal to index. Okay, so now let's save. We should have nothing at the moment because we didn't put anything yet. So in the blogs, we returning the blog. For this one, actually, I'm going to make this blog its individual block. Okay, so blog. In there, we are going to have an image, blog image. So we're going to use image coming from next image, like that. Why do we have an error? Huh? Wait a minute. Where's the error coming from? Blog image. Okay, because we did not close this. Okay, so here we're going to have image coming from next image, like that. So this image might be undefined because it's optional. So we're only going to display if we have image, if we have blog.image, and then we display the image, okay? And then we don't have the error anymore. So that's that. So the only thing that we also need after that is going to be the title. Okay, it's going to be h4.blog title, like that. Okay, I think the title is mandatory. I just leave it like that. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. Now what we need to do is just style this. Okay, let's create a new partial. It's going to be blogs.scss, and let's make sure we add that in here. Okay, so let's start with the blogs. We're going to use a grid for that, and then let's give it a margin top of 3 rem, and I'm going to give it a grid and then set the autoflow to dense. The minimum width is going to be 360 pixels. We have an error because we need to import the variable. So at use vars, okay, like that. Okay, so let's inspect here. We do have the grid. Okay, this one, but we need to target the blog. So for the blog, I'm just going to target the image img. I'm going to give it a height of 260 pixels, width of 100%. Okay, and object fit to cover, and I'm also going to give it a border radius. I'm going to use the variables for that. So looking pretty good. Also for this blog, I'm going to give it a border radius and a background color of white, and as well as a box shadow. So the box shadow, it's 0 on the X, 1 pixel Y, and 15 pixels for the blur. All right. So after the image, I'm going to target the title. I'm going to say end title, so the blog title. I'm going to give it a font size and a padding. The font size is going to be a clamp. It's going to be responsive. Okay, so as we go down, the font size, will go down also. Okay, so after that, I'm going to target the first blog item. I'm going to say end first child. The first item I wanted to span 2, grid column span 2, and then I'll do a display flex and give it a gap of 1.5 rem, like that. So it's covering 2 grid items, okay, because we're spanning 2. Nice. So after that, let me check the original one. After that, I'm going to target the blog image in the first child, and then I'm going to give it a flex 50%. Okay, the size, I wanted to cover 50% of the grid item here. Okay, and I will target the image in there. I'm going to give it some border top radius and reset the border top right radius to 0, like this, and then put the border radius on these corners and then here to 0. All right, and I'm going to give it, I think I don't need to define a height for this one. It's going to be, you can say height or auto. Okay, so it's going to be automatic for the height, like that. Okay, so it's going to be responsive. Nice. So the grid is already responsive. I think I'm looking at the wrong thing here. So height, I'm gonna put it to 100%. I was looking at the wrong thing. Like that. Okay, so it's looking good so far. But here, how many do I have? So this one is also spanning 2. So I'm going to select after the blog title. So the blog image, I'm going to select the title, the blog title. So dot blog image, I'm going to select the title. I'm going to give it a padding left of 0. Okay, and then let's save. I'm looking at the wrong thing still. Oops, actually I don't need this one at the moment. It's only for the media queries. That's when I'm going to reset. Okay, so blog image is done. Blog image, we're still in the first child. How much padding do I have here? Inspect. Okay, we have a gap, so we don't need the padding. So I'm going to, after the image, I'll select the title and give it a padding left of 0. Okay, nice. Only the first child though. So this should be in the first child. Copy this, these two should be on the first item, like that. Okay, nice. So the other thing, we need to go for the other grid item. First child, instead of first child now, let's do nth child, number 2. Oops. Nth child, number 2, the grid item number 2. We're going to span 2 as well for the column and row, like that. In there, I'm going to target the blog image like what we did and give it a height of 100%. Okay, height of 100%, and then that's about it. There it is. It's looking pretty good. When I click, it does nothing yet. Now we just need to, I think this text color, it could be better. Let's try 2. give it a color. Let's say color. Let's do red. So it's red now. So let's try to give it some kind of a gradient. Let me look for gradients. Okay, so let's give it a background. A background of linear. Oops, linear. Gradient to right. Okay, so I will look for some colors. Let me try some green color. And okay, this one. Okay, let's just put this to the test. Let's save. And clip text. So we need to clip the background, which is the color here, and then it's going to go onto the text. Okay, so we put the background as the gradient, and then we clip that color using background clip text, and then the fill color to transparent. I don't think green is a good color. I think I'll take this one. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it like this. You know, if you want to change it, you can change it to something else if you want. By the way, on the original, I'm just using a normal color. But yeah, that's up to you if you want to use a gradient or not. Let me try this. I'll put this here. Okay. Okay, perfect. I'll leave it like this. Anyways, so now we just need to route to whatever page you click on. So, blogs, we need to have a new page, which is blog. And then it's going to be a dynamic route. So we need to do like this, blog name. And then in there, we create a page to a TSX. We've done this before on the portfolio. Okay, it's going to be functional component, use client, and let's say blog item. So if we go to blog / random name, as you can see, it says blog item here. So when we click, when we click, we need to route. So we need to use router from next navigation, not router, navigation. And then here, we're going to do const router equal to use router. So when we click the blog item, on click, we're just going to route to the blog.title, but the title is going to have some empty spaces on it. Use router. Use, because we are not using client. Use client. Okay, so when I click, there is some spaces on the text here. Okay, I want to get rid of those empty spaces. So we're just going to split the title. Okay, split. We're going to split the spaces and join. And also, we need to go to put to the lowercase. Okay, so we split, join, and put it to lowercase. So when I go back, when I click, as you can see now, and we also want to remove this this here. So we are going to use a bit of regex, okay, and then we're going to do dot replace, okay, dot split, like that. So here we're going to do replace this one, and then global, comma, and then with an empty string. Title. I cannot see what I'm doing here. Oops. Wait a second. Blog title is possibly undefined. Plug the title. There's 2 dots, should be only 1 dot. Okay. So now we're replacing this here with an empty string. So when I go back to my blog, when I click, it's no longer there anymore. And then we have this slag. So we're going to use the params again, which is going to be this after the blog, the params. So here we're going to do an interface, and then we'll do params. We're going to get the params, okay, and then we're going to filter based on the params. Okay, so let's get the blogs. We just need to filter those with find. So here I'm going to say const blog equal to blogs dot find. We're going to find the blog that matches the title, but for some reason, not for some reason, I know the reason, you might notice that if I console this, if I go to my blogs, if I go to console, it's going to be undefined. So which object is this? Oh, that's portfolios. So when I click, it's working. Because it shouldn't work for some reason. It should, because because I'm using the title here. Oh, it's only I don't know why it's working though, because I'm getting rid of the empty spaces and replacing with this, like this. Okay. Title, because I'm not using the params, that's why it's working. So if I use the params, now blog name. So now if I do this, it's going to be undefined because it doesn't match. If you remember the params, we got rid of the empty spaces and replaced with a dash. Okay. So this title here coming from the blogs, it doesn't, it still have the dashes. No, not the dash, but it still have the empty spaces and this one. Okay, so we need to do the same for this title as well. We need to replace to make sure it's the same as the blog name, which is coming from the param. Okay, so replace, replace, oh my days, I'm just going to paste the whole thing. We've done it before anyway. So blog title to replace, like this. Blog title is possibly undefined, like that. And then we're just going to replace this one with an empty string. Split, we're going to split where there's an empty space, and then join that with this one, the dash, and then we'll put that to a lowercase. And now we should be able to see the blog. Okay, there it is, based on the title of the blog. So when I go back again to my blogs, each blog I click, you're going to see that data, web development, and then here it says web development. Nice. So now we just need to populate the data of that blog. Okay, so get rid of this. So for us to populate the data, I'm going to say we need to do this for everything actually. So if not blog, I'm just going to say not found, or I can just say loading. You can add like a loading spinner here, or not found. It's up to you. So now I'm going to destructure some properties, const. These properties destruction from blog. We're not using them, though. That's why we're getting an error. Section. We are going to give the class name of blogs page. Blogs page. Actually, blog page. Okay, and we're going to have a header in there. The blog page header. In the header, we're going to have a title, blog page title. Title, and then it should display this title here. Okay, so it's saying title does not exist on type blog. Okay, we'll fix it later. Now let's just keep going. Let me check. So I think title is optional, so it might be undefined as well. So here we just check. Okay, so if title exists. So now it's web development. We'll fix the warnings later anyway. Let's just keep going. And what we have now, we have the header profile. So we have the profile. I'm going to do an image, and then src. I'm going to slash. I'm going to load the logo .png, and then I'm going to give it a width and height of 50%, 50 pixels, 50, and then let's do style, not the border radius, but object fit to contain. Object fit, contain. Okay, so we have the image. We have the header. We have the date actually. So we're doing this one. So we have the title, and then we have the logo, and then the date. Okay, so this one is going to be a p tag, p.date. So we're going to have two spans in here. So we have the name and the date. You can use an actual date here if you want to, but I'm just going to put a fixed date. Okay, and after that, we're going to have a blogs page content. All right. So we have an intro. So for the intro, feature portfolio. Here we have an image, intro image, const image coming from featured portfolio, but we are already using this name, so we're going to name it intro image, like that, and then save. So here we need to say if we have intro image, we're going to render that. Okay, so for the intro image, we're going to use an image, intro image. Okay, I'll just say intro image. Which this should be in here. This should have a class name also. So this should be intro image. So blogs page content and then intro image, like that. After this one, I think we might also want a blogs page header image. Okay, copy this blogs page header image, and then I'll just paste in the image using the first image, the regular image. Okay, so we have this one, the blogs content. Okay, so profile, I'll collapse the profile. So this should be in the profile. Okay, in the profile. Okay, after the profile, we have the header image, header. So this should be in the header. Okay, so it's a header. Now this is the content outside the header. Okay, so now let's save. Let's see if we have anything. We don't. Yeah, we do. We do have some images. That looks promising. Okay, so we have some images. I'm going to create a list in here. After the intro image, I'm going to have a list, an OL or a list with the class of order list, content, and then list. Okay, and then I'm going to map through the list. But first, if we're checking for null, list, like that, and then we're going to map. Index is going to be a number. And then here we're just going to return an li, like that. Item, I'll just set it to any. And then in here, instead of returning item, we're going to return two p tags. P, and then we're going to have item.title, was the list, item.title. Oops, title. And then we have the item.description. So we should have a list somewhere. There's our list. Okay, and so this list, we can make it we can also make it, if we don't have a list, we don't display anything. Okay, so now we have a nice list. We need to have an outro as well after the list. Content, this should be outro. Outro. Okay, so that's the markup. Introduction. Are we even using this introduction? I think we are using the introduction. Intro image. Here we're using the introduction. Okay, perfect. So this should be an H3. Now with the markup, these issues does not exist on type blog and find. Okay, so let's try to see what's going on. Blogs here. Wait, can I do this? Oops. Oh, we're not exporting. I don't know why I'm getting this error. I'm still new to TypeScript, so I mean, as long we'll fix it later. As long as our data is showing, it's not a big deal. We'll fix it later. Okay, we'll fix it later anyway. So now let's go to styles, about, blog name. So let's start with the blog page, about content, about header. Okay, like this, blog page. Oops, I'm in the wrong file. I'm supposed to be in the blogs here. I'm going to collapse the blogs. I'm going to go to blog page, and then let's start with padding top and give it a color gray 4. Padding top of 15 rem. All right, so now we have a massive padding, and I'm going to target all of the p tags. I'm going to give it a line height of 1.6 and font weight of 500, and a font size. We're going to clamp the font size. Okay, and I'm going to target the header. So for the header, I'm going to include flex. So here we need to include the mixins. Oops. Mixins. So here we need to do flex. Include flex. The direction is going to be column, and then we're going to center. Okay, justify and align items to center, and then I'm going to target the profile in the header, and profile. I'm going to give it margin top 2 rem, bottom 8 rem, and I'm going to center, display flex center, and a grid gap of 1 rem. Okay, let's save. Nice, everything is centered now. And I'm going to target the logo. So for the logo, I'm going to give it width and height of 4 rem, background color of white, and border radius of 50%. So it's going to be rounded. And I'll give it a box shadow and a border of 2 pixels. Okay. I don't think it's named logo, so let me go back. So with profile, so we should have a class name. I'll put the class name at the top. Class name, logo, like that. So we should have those styles. Nice. So now, so the logo, it seems let me check what size I gave this one. So img object fit contain. Okay, so we should have img object fit contain like that. I believe what width did I give this one? It should be 45. 45. And get rid of this one. We've already done it. Wait a minute. 45. Now let me inspect. So width, it's on the logo, padding, .4 RAM. Okay, so we need to give it a bit of a padding. IMG padding 0.4 M. Okay, and yeah, I think it looks better. Now we just need to focus on styling. So logo, we're still in the profile. I'm going to target the date, and I'm going to give it a gap of 1 rem and display flex and align items to center. This one. I'm going to target the image. Image. Which image am I targeting here? Let me inspect here. Header image, this one. So after the profile, that's where I want to tag the image after the profile, but let me see why the gap is not working. Date, profile, and date. Books page header and date. Okay, so the date is not inside the profile, my bad. So the date is inside the header. After profile, we do date like that. And then I am going to target the image after the date, header image. Header image. So I'm going to give it a padding left of 2 rem, right 0, and then I'm going to give it a height of automatic. IMG height automatic, and then object fit to cover. So it's going to be full screen. Let me refresh. What am I doing here? Like that. Okay, so now the height is automatic and padding left is 2 rem. And after the image, we're going to target. So after the header, let me see, blocks page, we're still in the header. Title, p tag. So this title here, what did I name it? It's blocks page title. So blocks page, and then we're going to target the title for that. Yeah, these names are really confusing. And then I'm going to give it a max width of 1200 pixels, and then font weight of 600, and give it a font size. Clamp, the maximum is 4.5 rem. Okay, there it is. It's now bigger. And then I'm going to target the content. Yeah, next time I don't think I'll use BAM to style. It's kind of messy, at least for me. And then I'm going to do padding top and bottom, 10 10 rem, left and right 18 rem. All right, so it's looking pretty good. And I'm going to target the intro in the content. Intro. For the intro, I'm going to give it a font size, clamp, and then give it a padding, 0 top, 8 rem right, 4 rem bottom, 8 rem left. Okay, like that. Let me inspect. So this is called introduction. Introduction. Okay, so now it's looking pretty good so far. And let's keep going. I'm also going to target the outro. So introduction and then outro, which is going to have margin top and bottom 0. And then I'm going to also target the intro image. Let me just double check. Intro. Yep, but blocks content, intro image. I'm going to give it height, auto, and the padding. Bottom of 4 rem. There it is. It's looking pretty good. So now the main thing we want to start after the intro image is the list. So for the list, I'm going to target the list item dot list item. Okay, so for the list item, I'm going to give it a padding, and then list style to be a decimal. I want it to be a number. Okay, save list item. Okay, it seems like it does not have that class. We can just target the li instead of doing list item. We can just do li here. Li, so it's going to be a decimal now. Decimal a list, and then I'm going to give it a margin, top and bottom 0, and then left and right 12 rem, and then I'm going to target the p, and then the first item. First child, I'm going to give the padding bottom of 1 rem, font weight of 600, and then we're going to clamp 1.2 to 1.5 rem, like that. All right, so now we just need to, I think that's it. That's pretty much it. So if you want to add more properties, you can add more properties on the blogs. So now when I click any of these, so some of these, they don't have, images, they don't have the text. So it depends. So you just need to add the text for yourself. Okay. And yeah, and also change these images to whatever images you want to use. I think that's it for the blogs page. I think the main thing that's left to do now is doing the animations. I think, yeah, all of the content is pretty much done. So next time we will do the animations. Okay, I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so now let's work on the animations. Let's start with the easy ones. So let's go to the home page. When I refresh. Okay, so let's start with these animations. Let's start with the grid, actually, this grid here. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna close everything here. So page. So let's start with the grid, portfolios. Okay, so let's go into the portfolios. Okay. So portfolios. So this one should be motion.div. So import motion from Framer Motion, like that. So this one should be motion.div. Motion.div. All right. So I'm going to create a new file here. I'm going to name it animations in the utils animations.tsx. Okay, so I'm going to create a new animation. I'm going to say export const. I'm going to say grid variance. We need to import variance type from frame motion. So this one is going to be variance. All right, so now we have the grid animation. So we're going to have two states. So we have the hidden state, which the opacity is going to be 0, and scale is going to be 0, 0, and then that's it for the hidden state. And then we're going to have the visible state. So for the visible, opacity and scale, we're going to put to 1, and then we're going to have a transition. We're going to say delay children. Each child is going to have like a delay of 0.2, so they can play one by one. And then we're going to stagger children 0.1, and then we close, and that's it. So we go to the portfolios, and then we import grid variance, and then we're going to go to here. We're going to use the grid variance. So initial, let's just put variance, grid variance. Initial state is going to be hidden. We go to hidden, and then we're going to have animate. It's going to be visible. All right, and so we have these three properties, and that's all we need. Save. So let's refresh. At the moment, the whole thing animates, but we want them to animate one by one. So we also need to add some animations in each individual portfolio item. Okay, so for that, we are going to be using not portfolio item, so page, portfolios. Oh yeah, portfolio item. So we have the hover variance, but we also want to animate this. Okay, so we are going to be using grid variance on it, which we need to import grid variance. All right. Okay, so variance, we have grid variance. So at the moment, it's animating one by one. All right. We can also like add a blur if you want to, some kind of a blur effect. Animation, we're gonna do blur. It's actually, can't remember. It's a filter, and then we do blur. Something like that. Okay, so there's like a blur, motion blur effect like that. Nice. So the next animation is going to be the banner. So this banner is going to have like a animation on view when we're in view. So portfolios, I'm gonna go here, banner. So the banner is going to have its own animation. So we're going to create a new variant. So here we're going to do export const. I'm going to say banner variance. So the states, it's going to have same states, banner variance. I'm just going to paste the animation here. So we're going to have the off-screen and on-screen variance. So when it's off-screen, the Y is minus, it's 300 pixels. opacity is 0, scale is 0.2 for Y. And then when it's on screen, we're going to put the opacity to 1, scale 1. The type is going to be spring, and the bounds is going to be 0.45, and then 0.8 for the duration. Okay, and let's go to the banner, and we need to import banner variants. Banner variants. So this one should be emotion.div motion div. We don't have motion in here, so we need to import motion. All right, so now we have the motion. Now we just need to use that variance. Those variants. So we're going to have variance, and then we're going to do initial off screen, and then animate on screen, and then we're going to do viewport. We're going to play this once. Viewport, and then we're going to do once to true, and then amount. Okay, so this should be amount, not threshold. 0.2. Okay, so it's going to animate while it's in view. Let me check here. So here, okay, so initial, it's off screen. Banner variants. Okay, so let me check. Banner. Let me check if I'm using the correct one. Okay, so initially, amount, let me try 0.5. Okay. Y. Oops, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Let me try 500. Inspect this. Okay, let me try to scroll from this position. Scroll, 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 scroll. Okay, we're missing something here. We need to say while in view. Okay, so that's when we need to do these animations. Initial. So this one should be while in view. Put this to 0.2. So while in view, that's when we need to do that. So now we're gonna scroll in view, and then the animation, boom, works. So I'm gonna go back to the animation, put it back to 300. All right, so now I'm going to refresh again, scroll, the animation works. And then now we need to do the mini portfolio. Okay. So banner. Okay, so I'm just one view. Yeah, so everything works fine. So now let's do the mini portfolios. So for the mini portfolios, I'm going to do motion.div. Yeah, motion.div. We don't have motion. We need to import that motion from Framer motion. Okay, so after that, I'm going to have some variants. I'm going to create a portfolio variance. So I'm just going to do it up here. Mini portfolio variance. So for this one, I'm going to say X. I'm going to say 300, minus 300. Okay, so we're going to start hidden. The blur is going to be 10 pixels. And then on visible, the blur is going to go to 0. And then the transition, it's a spring animation, stiffness 200, damping 20. Mess around with these values. I'm going to give it a delay of 0.5. Okay, and I'm going to the mini portfolio. Here, we're going to do variance. I'm going to set it to that. And then initial, hidden, and then while in view, visible. We have hidden visible. Yep, not on screen. So let's save. I think we also need to do the viewport. Viewport once to true. Amount. Let's do 0.2. Okay, and let's save. What's the issue here? Use effect. What's the use effect? Huh? Where am I using this use effect? We're importing a component that needs use effect. Okay, I'll use client here. Use client. Okay. And now the banners are animating, but the grid is not, it's not animating properly. It's not animating properly anyway. So we need to make sure it animates properly. Okay. Visible X0. So, oh, this should be while in view, not while hover. While in view. And then we animate the visible. Okay. So let's refresh. Okay. So yeah, it animates on view. We need to do the same thing for the contact banner. We need to animate that contact banner. So for us to animate, I think I'll just do the variants in here instead of doing it on the separate file, the contact banner variants. I'll just do them here. So we're going to animate two states, hidden and visible. So we're basically kind of reusing the same animation, but just tweaking the values a little bit. Now here, minus 300. We're going to see why I was using a function there. We're going to see that later, because there's going to be a problem later on. So we have contact banner variants, which we're going to be using here. Variants, let's make sure it's motion.div. We need to import motion, and we need to make sure we use client. Use client. And now we should have variants, banner variants. Okay, and convert this to motion.div. Okay, and then initial it's going to be hidden, and then while in view it's going to be visible, and then the viewport we're just going to do the same thing. Okay, let's save. We should see an animation for the contact banner. Let's refresh. Everything animates. Yep, perfect. Perfect. So now we just need to do the nav. Okay, so for the navigation, we are going to, I'm thinking we can do the variants in the nav, or we can do them here. Let's do them here, actually. Okay, export export const nav variance. So we're going to animate hidden and visible. We're going to include the blur as well. Okay, so we're doing the Y minus 200 pixels, which is going to be off screen up top, and then bring it back, and then transition is spring. So if I go to the navigation, import motion nav variance. We're going to do motion.nav, just the standard using the variance for the navigation. We're going to animate on initial render, so we don't need to use Y on view. Initial, and what did I name it? So we have hidden and visible. So initial to hidden. By the way, to be consistent, you can use this hidden and visible only instead of using off screen, sometimes off screen. So that's my bad. It's too late for me to change it now, so it's up to you. Okay, now when I refresh, the navigation animates. There's a delay for this animation, that's why it comes a bit late. So I'm gonna say 1.2 second delay instead of, okay. Let me check this one. So this one, there's a scale. So this one does not have a scale. So we need to kind of do the scale for the portfolio item. Okay, so we need to create a variant for each grid item. Let's go to portfolio item. So we can put this in the animations. So I think I'll do that. Cut this here. Export. So here we just need to import have a variance. Have a variance too. Okay, so we also need to create a grid item variant. Grid item variant. Export grid item variance. Grid item like this. We're going to have a grid item. So we're going to animate the blur and everything else we've animated before. So we have two states. We have two states, hidden and visible. So we're animating the blur, the animation is spring. I want all of the animations to be springs. So portfolio item, instead of using the grid variance, we're going to be using grid item variance. Grid item variance. Okay, and let's refresh. So as you can see now, it's scaling now. All right, so I will get rid of the import for the grid variants. We don't need them here. And yeah, we now just need to animate what do we need to animate? So this one is basically scroll animation, so I'm gonna leave scroll animations for last. So for now, I'm just going to see if we need to animate anything else. My blogs. So blogs, I think they're using the grid variant. Okay, so we are going to go to the blogs page. We're going to fix this one later anyway. So blogs page, we need to import motion from frame motion. Now we just convert this to motion.div. Motion.div. Okay. So for the variance, it's going to be grid variance. We're going to do variance, grid variance. We've done the animations already. So the states is going to be visible and hidden, and then visible. Okay. And we need to do the same thing for the individual blog. We're returning here motion, but here we're going to use grid item variant. Variance. So this is going to be grid item variance, and then we're going to animate. Actually, we don't need to do anything else. We just put the grid item variance there. And then now let's refresh. Voila, it's animating. Perfect. So the only thing that's, oops, I was looking at the wrong thing. My blogs, refresh. Okay, yeah, it works as intended. So the only thing that we need to animate now. Let me check here. My blogs. There's a weird glitch. Okay, so there's a difference in padding. Okay. So I'm just checking to see there's a difference in paddings. So this is not supposed to show at the moment. And then when we scroll, that's when it animates. So which is this? That's the normal banner. I don't know why it's showing now. Let me inspect here. UPAD 2. Let me inspect to see what's going on. Okay, so navbar, I'm gonna get rid of navigation, padding top, 2 RAM, left and right, bottom 0, 2 RAM left. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, perfect. But this one's still animating. Interesting. Banner. Anyway, we'll fix it later. Now let's just keep going. So let me look for the banner. It should be wow in view, on screen and off screen. Contact banner, while in view, animation, banner variants. Anyways, where did I left off? Okay, so I'm just trying to think. Home, it's animating fine at the home page. Let me look if I did something wrong. Okay, oh, viewport. So let me see if I'm using viewport. Okay, so I'm missing portfolio banner. Oh, I do have viewport here. .2. Anyways, we'll fix it later. Now, I think I'll just leave it here, and then we'll continue to do the scroll animations on the next video. And then yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's start by fixing what's going on with this animation here. I've noticed I made a mistake. I can't remember where I made the mistake. So let's go inside the blogs here. I made a mistake. So the variants, the grid variants should be on the blogs. Okay. So this one, get rid of the motion div. It should be on the blogs themselves. So here, motion to div. And then that's where the grid variants should be, on the blogs, not on the parent. Okay. So now it should work as intended. Okay. So yeah, we fixed the mistake. Now let's work on the scroll animation for this one. So if you remember, we put the position to relative for the image. So we need to put back to fixed. It's on the about. I believe it's in here. So this should be fixed now. Okay. So now it's position fixed. So let's start doing the scroll animations for this. So we are going to start with, let me see, with about. So let's start with the scale, and then we move to the transformation. Okay. So I'm just going to look for my reference. Okay. So for us to do some scroll animations, we need to import use transform from Framer Motion. Use transform. We also need to use scroll. Okay, so after we've that, we need to put a ref. So I'm going to put a ref. Blogs. We need this in the about, not in the blogs. So we go about. So import motion, and then use transform and use scroll. Okay. So those to do the use scroll, we need to put a ref. So this one, about header. Let's do motion dot header. Okay, and then we're going to put a ref here. Ref. We're just going to say header. We want to get the reference of this header. You go to here. Oops. Const header. You go to react.useRef. Okay. So now, for us to use the scroll Y progress. So the scroll Y progress is the scrolling on the Y axis. So if we, for example, we got the header. This is too big, so let me find like a smaller one item. So let's say this item here is the ref. So when it's 0.5, the scroll Y progress is 0.5. It's on the middle here. If it's 0.8, it's like somewhere here. If it's 1, it's like at the end. Okay, so that's the scroll Y progress, this progress of the scroll, depending on where the ref is. So in this case, it's the header. Okay, so let's configure the animation. I'm just going to say anime scroll animations. Okay, so here I'm going to say const scroll Y progress, scroll Y progress equal to use scroll, and then we're getting the scroll Y progress property here from the use scroll coming from Framer Motion. Okay, so that's our scroll Y progress, like this. Okay, but it's going to take an object in here. we're going to say target. The target is going to be the header, and then the offset is going to be start end and end start, like that. Okay, so now this is the scroll Y progress of whatever element we're targeting, which is the header in this case. So let's say I want to scale the image const. I'm going to say scale. I want to say equal to use transform scroll Y progress. So when the scroll Y progress equal to 0, so if it's like 0 at the top here, use effect, because we need to use client. Use client. Okay, so when scroll Y progress equal to 0, it's like at the top, 0.5, depending on the target element. So in this case, the header. So it should be like, further down. So when scroll Y progress equal to 0, I want the scale to be, let's start with 0.5. When scroll Y progress equal to 0.5, when I'm in the middle, I want the scale of the image to be like 1.2. But here, when scroll Y progress equal to 0, actually I'll put 0.3, the scale of the image, okay? So this scale property, we just need to add that scale property to the image. So here we need to put it as motion.img, motion.image. Okay, so we have the image as a motion. We just need to add those properties. So we're going to do style equal to scale. Okay, so if it's like this, we can just like put scale like this, scale like that. So let's see if we scroll, if we have some scale, nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens because we need to, we're translating this image -50, it's centered. So we need to make sure we translate it back in here, because it's going to reset that translation. So yeah, okay, so nothing happens to the image, it's not animating yet. Okay, so scale, okay, scroll Y progress, it should scale. Let me see why it's not scaling. Inspect, header, image. So scale is set to 1.2. Scroll Y progress. Let me see if the ref. Okay, so the ref is the header. Start and start. Scroll Y progress. You scroll. So this should be scroll Y progress, not scroll X progress. Okay. Scroll Y progress. So now, as you can see, it's scaling now. Okay, so that's the effect we're looking for. When we scroll, it scales, and then it stops at around. So when scroll Y progress is 0.5, that's when the maximum is 1.2. That's where it stops. Okay, scaling when it's like 0.5, and then the rest of the scroll is just going to stay still. Okay, so at maybe around maybe scroll Y progress is 0.8. I'm gonna say const. I'm gonna say X. I'm going to animate it off screen. Okay, when scroll Y progress equal to, when it's like 0, we don't want to do anything. When it's scroll Y progress is 0.8, we don't want to do anything. So we want the image to be still as well. We want to stay at the same place. And then when scroll Y progress equal to 1, we're going to animate between 0.8 to 1. So the values in between are going to be automatically animated by Framer Motion. So I'm going to say minus 2400 pixels. Okay, so when scroll Y progress equal to 0, the position is going to be the same. If it's 0.8, it's going to be the same. But from 0.8 all the way to 1, the values in between are going to be automatically animated, and then it's going to move to this position here from this value to this value. So now let's save, scroll, keep scrolling, nothing happens because we're not using that value. Okay, so when we reach around 0.8, which is around this, I think around this area or this area, and then we move the image away, that's where we're going to animate. So now we just add the X. Okay, so go up, scroll down, and then the image moves to the left side. Okay, that's the effect we're looking for now. So the other thing that we're going to be animating is the Y. Okay, as you can see now, when I scroll down, the image is still going down in the content. I want the image to stay in the header, so I'm going to also animate the Y as it's going up. So I'm going to also animate it to go up as it's going off screen. So here I'm going to say const Y equal to use transform scroll Y progress. So I'm going to say when it's at 0.5, scroll Y progress 0.5, I'm going to put it to 0. When scroll Y progress equal to 1, I'm going to give Y minus 1000 pixels. So it's going to animate between 0.75 to 1. These values here at 1000 pixels. Okay, so let me refresh this. When I scroll, it's going to animate, but we haven't added the Y yet. So now let's add the Y. Okay, so let's go up, scroll, and then there's like a pause here, and then suddenly it starts to animate out. So I think I'll reduce this to, I think I'll say 800 or 600. Let me see. Scroll down. Let me do 400. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, I think 400 will do. So boom, 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 and then boom. Yeah, 400 will do. Okay. After that, I think we might do the opacity. So the opacity is not that bad. So the opacity, I'm gonna say if scroll Y progress equal to 0, the opacity is 1. If it's 0.85, the opacity is still 1. And then it's going to animate from 0.85 to 0.95, and then the opacity is going to be 0. And then I'll just pass in the opacity down here. Okay, so we have this nice scroll animation, scroll, and then it's going to, I think I'll go back to 1000 pixels actually. Wait a minute. Because full screen is different from smaller screen. So let me go on 900. Let me see how that looks on full screen. Okay, I'll do 900. Scroll, and then it goes away. Okay, perfect. So the other thing that we need to do is to scroll, animate this title here. Okay, so the title, it is what did I name this title? Let me refresh. Okay, so strategy. So I think I'll go to the strategy component, strategy item. Okay, so strategy item, we're going to, let's start with the strategy item, and then we're going to move on to the component itself. Okay, so let's import framer, import motion from framer motion. So we also need to do use scroll and use transform, because we're going to animate these items on scroll as well. So that's why we're importing those. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing in here for scroll X, scroll Y progress. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in what we did, and then the target ref, I'm just going to say list item, and then let's use const list item react.use ref. If you don't want to do react dot, you can just import this directly from React. And then here we're just going to do motion .div .li, and then let's give it a ref. The ref is going to be list item. Okay, so I'm going to animate the Y of this list item. Okay, and let's do style. I'm going to do Y. So when scroll Y progress equal to 0, so the Y is equal to 500 pixels down. And then when scroll Y progress is 0.5, and then the Y is going to be 0. Okay, so now let's see, scroll down. Okay, so it's there, down there, 500 pixels down. When I keep scrolling, it's gonna come up, okay, like that. Okay, so nice animations. All right, so the other thing that is missing is the scale. We're going to scale. So when scroll Y progress equal to 0, the scale is 0.5. When scroll Y progress to 0.5, like halfway, the list item here, that's the target ref. When it's 0.5, the scale is going to be 1. Okay, and then here we just add scale. The other thing that we need is opacity. So you can kind of tweak these values to put whatever you like. So in this case, when scroll Y progress equal to 0, opacity is 0. When scroll Y progress equal to 0.5, on the middle of the list item, the opacity is going to be 1. So when I scroll, okay, as you can see now, it's nicely animating. So the only thing that is left to animate here is this title here. So this should be development. Strategy item. I've animated this. So where is it being rendered? Let me search. Strategy item. Okay, so it's being rendered here. Development. Okay, so this should be a motion.h2 motion. Okay, so that is motion. We need to animate that the title there. It's in the about. Okay, so I can't remember what variant I'm using for this one. Okay, so let's create a new variant. Let's name it title variant. Let's go to the animation. Let's create a new animation. So we're going to have initial and hidden. Okay, so I'm going to paste in a title variant here. So we have on screen and off screen. So to be consistent, I think I might as well change everything to initial never mind, I'll just leave it like this. Off screen and on screen instead of visible and hidden. So when it's off screen, the Y is 300 pixels, so it's down. And then opacity is 0, scale is 0.5. On screen, we're going to do a transition of spring, and the scale is going to be 1. So come back here. Where is it? Motion.h2. Can't remember what it is now. Okay, there it is. So I'm going to do variance, and then we're going to do title variance, and then we're going to do off screen and on screen. Initial, go to off screen, off screen, and then we're going to this is not animate, I think it's while in view. Okay, while in view, we're going to be on screen. What did I do? In view, on screen. Okay, And I'm just going to add the viewport. Now let's save. And let's refresh this. Okay, so now it's animating. Scroll down. But this one, it's not animating yet because we have not added the motion. So basically we need to do the same thing here like this. Copy this. And this strategy, we need to do the same for this one. Okay. Motion.h2 like that. Okay, so hopefully we should have the animation. So refresh. We're going to fix this glitch anyway. So scroll down. Okay, nice. The animations, they work like a charm. Okay, so this image, it needs like an animation, initial animation. All right, so is this header image? We're going to animate it using the banner variants. I'm going to say variants, banner variants for that. And then while on view, I'm going to do on and off screen and then give it a viewport like that and then save. So hopefully it should animate. Okay, nice. Nice animation. And now you can scroll. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the scroll animations. We don't need any more scroll animations. Oops. Now we're just going to focus on doing this menu here. So when I click the contact, it should show this menu. When I click the contact, we should see the menu. And also we need to do the media queries after we do this. Okay, so I'll see you on the next video where we're going to do the menu and the media queries. Okay, so we're going to start doing the progress bar animation here, up here. So when we scroll, as you can see, there's this progress and then this menu item. So let's start with the progress. We're going to import, make sure you're in the layout, and then we're going to import use spring because we're going to be using the spring animation. So as you can see now, the spring is working on this progress bar. So we need the spring hook and we also need the scroll. Okay, so down here, I'm going to say const scroll y progress equal to uscroll the scroll y progress, and then I'm going to say const scale x. We're going to scale the progress bar, the progress on the x. That's basically the animation, scaling it on the x, and then it's going to do the spring animation. Okay, so for that, scroll x, scale x equal to use spring, and then scroll y progress, and then it's going to take an object here for the animation. So the stiffness, we're going to set that to 200, and then we're going to have a damping of 20, and then rest delta of 0.001. This should be 20. Okay, so we're going to create this progress bar, create a progress bar div, and give it a motion.div, and then for the style, we're going to put that scale x, but we haven't started this progress bar yet, so we don't see it. Let's go to the main, and then here I'm going to say progress bar. So position is going to be fixed, and then top it's going to be 0, right 0. Make sure you have right 0. Height, I'm going to set that to 4 pixels. 4 pixels. So the background color, I'm going to give it like a some kind of a gradient color. You can give it any color that you want. So in this case, I'm just going to use a gradient and then a transform origin. Z index, you can leave it as it is. Okay, like that. So the width, we don't need the width property, but let's see. Okay, because we're using some state, we need to use client here. Okay, so it's not there yet, but it's going to be here soon. So scale X. So when we scroll, as you can see now, it's showing. Okay, and it's doing the spring animation. When I navigate to other pages, you can see now the progress. Okay, so that's it for the progress. Now let's do the menu. So create a new component and name it menu. So it's empty. I've already done that. It's empty here. I'm going to give it a class of menu. I'm just gonna style this after progress or above progress. I'm gonna do menu. So for menu, I'm going to give it a background color and the position of fixed and the width and height. Okay, and after that, I will give it a gradient color. I'm going to get rid of these decimal places so it looks cleaner. Get rid of this. All right, so I'm going to save. So we should have a menu in theory, but we're not rendering this component. So we need to go to here, and then let's render this component menu in the layout, because the menu is going to be accessible everywhere. And then we're rendering this component. We should be able to see it. Menu top fixed, and then let me see why we're not seeing menu. Actually, inspect menu. Oh, it is there, but the Z index is not there yet. Let's give it a Z index. Z index and some border radius. Let's give it a Z index like that. Okay, so there's our menu. All right, so the menu should let's put 10,000 for the menu, and then I'm going to target. I'm going to put the buttons in menu. I'm going to render some buttons in here. I'm going to have dot buttons. I'm going to render some buttons. So the first one is going to be the close button. Just add the props. Put the close title there. All right. So get rid of the click. So in the final, when I click, this one is going to go to mail to. So we need to set that. So we need to use router. Actually, we don't need to use router for this one. We can just do window.href to go to somewhere. So I'm going to paste in the other buttons, those two other buttons, paste those in. So when I click this, they're going to make me go to an external page to send an email. Okay, so now I just need to display flex these buttons, copy the class, go back in the menu, buttons. We're going to display flex and give it a padding and a gap of 1.5 rem, like that. Okay, so the flex direction is set to column, and the first item on the button, I'm going to give a flex end at the top here. And then finally, the rest of the buttons, I'm going to clamp the font size. For minimum font size is going to be 1.5, the maximum 3 rem. There it is. It's looking pretty good. But so when I go here to the final project, when I click this button here, it's going to launch this menu item anywhere we click. So we need to be able to access our state anywhere we want on our page. So we're going to use context in the layout. So I'm just going to create some context. I'm going to say const global context equal to reactor create context. We need to import React. So we're creating the context. We're going to have two things. So we're going to have the toggle. I'm going to have toggle. Oops, the toggle. And then by default it's going to be false. And then we're going to have the handle toggle like that. So that's our global context. So we need a way. We need to create a provider. So we're going to say const global provider, and then it's going to have children, and we are going to create a state. We're going to say const toggle equal to use state. By default, it's going to be false. Okay, and then we need to return in here. So return. We're going to do global context provider. Okay, and the provider, and then we'll put the children in here. For this function, handle toggle, we need to create a function, not doing in here. So let's create a function for that. So I'm going to say const handle toggle. We're just going to do the opposite of this one, so which is not toggle. Set state. Oops. We're going to set the state to not toggle, which is the opposite. Okay. Opposite of false is true. Opposite of true is false. Okay. So now we have the context. Let's see if we need a way to use this global context as well. So we need to say we need to use this global context. So to do that, we need to create another function, export. We're exporting this function because we want to be able to access it anywhere. That's why we're exporting like this. Use global context, and then it will just return reactor.use context, the global context. So for example, I'm going to say const context for short equal to use global context, and then I'm going to CLG this. Let's see if we're seeing our context. Use context. Okay, because this one, it should be inside the function here. Okay, I'm gonna do it here. So let's inspect. We should see an object of with our state. There it is. So we have the function and the toggle. Okay, so that means our context is working. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this. So I'm going to access the context within the menu. Okay, so in the menu, let's do the context in there. We need to also import motion. Import motion from framer motion. Oh, it's already imported up here actually. So this should be motion.div. Motion.div. So we're going to have some variants, menu variants. So we're going to animate visibility and hidden for the animation for the menu. So I'm just going to paste in the variant. So by now you should know how to do the animation. So I will explain. So menu variant, the visible is going to x0, scale y1, and scale x. So we can just do this in we can do just scale. So here, scale y 0.2 on hidden, x is 500, which is off screen, and then the transition is set to ease, stiffness 200, transition end. So after the transition is end, we're going to set display to none. Okay, after the transition. Okay, so the display, we're going to set that to block as well because it's set to none on hidden, but when we're displaying when it's visible, it's set to block, so we can show the content. So now let's see. Let's save. So now we just need to access our context. So here to access context, we can say use global context. So make sure you import that from the layout. And then we're going to say const context equal to that, and then we're just going to destructure this const. We're going to get the handle toggle and toggle. Okay, so we're going to conditionally do the animation here. So hidden and the hidden state, this thing will be off screen, and the showing state, we're going to do that based on the state. Okay, so I'm going to say initial, I'm going to say equal to hidden. After initial hidden, we're going to do animate, actually do variance. I'm going to say menu variance. Okay, and then I'm going to animate, we're going to say equal to if toggle is true, we're going to animate to visible. If toggle is false, it's going to be hidden. Okay, so by default it's going to be hidden. So when I click this button, I want to run this function, the handle toggle function, which is going to toggle the state. So when I click which button do I need to click again? So contact button. So it's in the navigation, but this button as well, I need the handle toggle as well. On click prop handle toggle. Okay, so it's going to close, but this one is going to mail to the email using the on click. Okay, it's going to mail. You can put your own email here. So when you click those buttons, they're going to mail to that person, whatever. So now we need to go to the navigation. We need to access the use global context. Here we just need to say const context equal to global context, and then we need to get the toggle, actually the handle toggle. That's the only thing we need in here. When we click the contact button here, we just call that function, and hopefully when we click, it should toggle the menu. Seems like it's not happening at the moment. Let's try to rerun the project. And also, let me see, navigation COG, I'm going to say context. Oops, context. I just want to see if it's working, if it's showing. I'm going to refresh and inspect at the same time. Okay, so we have context. Yeah, when I click, nothing happens. Let me go to the menu variants. Okay, let me go to the sources. Elements, menu. So display set to none. It's still set to none. So there's something going on with our state. Toggle. Okay, let me go here. Let me CLG toggle. Okay, we're not even using the global provider, so we need to surround all of our application with the global provider. Okay, like this. We surround our application, everything in here, with this global provider. Perfect. So now we should have access to the state everywhere. So when I click now, it's animating. Okay. It's working as we want. When we close, so it's toggling. So when I go to these buttons in the banner, I want it to open that thing. So I'm going to go to the banner, the normal banner. I'm going to say here, use global context. Okay, so here I'm going to say const context equal to use global context. So here in the button on click, I'm just going to say context.handle-toggle. Okay, so when I click, it should open the menu. Okay, that's the effect we're looking for. But now the other thing we need to do is set active on the clicked nav item. So on the navigation, when I click, I want to display the active nav item. Okay, so we're going to create a state. Get rid of this. I'm going to say const active nav nav. So the state by default is going to be false. So I'm going to put the state at the top here. It's going to be false by default. Okay, it's actually going to be false, and then active nav item. So const active menu. I'll just say menu. I'll just set to 0. Okay, so the value. So we have like 0, 1, 2. Okay, so by default it's going to be 0. So when I click the nav item, I want to set the state. Okay, so I'm gonna go here on the li. I'm gonna say on click. I'm gonna run a callback function. I'm gonna set active menu. I'm gonna set that to the index. Okay, so the index is gonna be here. I'm gonna do index. I'm gonna do number. I'm just gonna set that to the index like that. So the active menu is gonna be a number. So we're basically going to check if the number matches our index, the active menu. Okay, so what we're going to do here for the class name, we're going to surround this like this. Use a template literal, and then we're going to check if active menu equal to index. Okay. Oops. Okay, so if it's equal to index, I'm just gonna say active menu like this. Okay. So now we have the active menu. We just need to style this, when it's active. So nav, partials, navigation. I'm just gonna go all the way down here. So the active menu, I'm just gonna give it a transition and a scale. Okay, let me save. Let me see. Okay, so the active menu is gonna scale, but I want the color to change. So I'm gonna set a different color to gray dark. Okay, if it's active. It is active, but the color is, I don't know why the color is fading. Let me inspect. So this is the active menu. Why is the color gray dark? I'm just gonna put it important. It's bad practice though, but we're just gonna do that anyway. So now it's working. Okay, so I think, yeah, that's it for the menu item. I think I'll take a break here. I'm not going to do the media queries now. So the next video, we're just going to focus on doing the media queries and to make it more responsive. Okay, it is responsive now, but it's not like, too responsive. So next video, we'll make it more responsive. I'll see you on the next one. Alrighty, so now let's work on the custom scroll bar, and then we're going to do the media queries. So let's start with the scroll bar. Let's go into the main. I'll just close everything here. Go to the main, go to the body, and then we're going to do scroll bar here. We're going to do end WebKit scroll bar like this, and then the width, we're going to set that to 7 pixels. And then for the track, I'm going to give it a charcoal background color, and then the thumb, it's going to have this gradient color here. And that's it for the scroll bar. So let's go to the home page to see what we need to do for the media queries. So I think what we need to do for the media queries now is in the navigation first. Navigation, we need to get rid of the button once we reach a certain threshold. Okay, so here I want to do end media screen and max width. So when we reach a max width of 600 pixels, I am going to get rid of the button. I'm going to say button in the navigation. By the way, we're in the navigation. I'm going to say display to none. Okay, so at 600, we're going to go down and then boom, the button goes. And then I want this width to be 100% to cover the entire width. I'm going to do dot nav items. We're going to do say flex 1 to fix the remaining, to fill in the remaining space. Okay, so now as you can see now it's covering the whole width. Okay, so that's for the navigation. The next thing we need to do for the media queries, if you want to go as much lower to this as you can if you want to, because we're using clamp, so the text is going to be automatically shrunk. So let's go to about. Okay, so for the about, we're going to get rid of this image scroll, and then we're going to change the content as well. So at 800 pixels, when it starts to look small, around 800 pixels, we're going to get rid of this image. So close this. We're going to go to about. We're going to do about content and media here, media screen. I'm going to get rid of the you see this margin top is 300. I'm going to set that to 100 VH when it's 800 pixels. Okay, so it's still 300, but the max width 800 pixels. Where are we? 800. Navigation. Let me inspect this. About header. So let me check. Height, mean height is 300. About content. Okay. So and the about header as well. We need to do the same here. Okay. And yeah. So the width is now 100 VH. So we need to get rid of this image as well. So in the about header, we need to get rid of the image at 800 pixels. So within the image here, at 800, we will get rid of this. I'm gonna set display to none. Display to none. Okay, so we don't have the image anymore. Nice. So now we just need to add the content for when we do when we go to a smaller screen. So we need to go back to the about page and add that content in. So that content is basically after. So the content, I'm just looking to see where it's supposed to be. So header image. I'm gonna collapse the header image. Okay, so after the header image, I will add the content here. So dot about header, and I'm gonna do content, and then I will add the content in here. So we have an H1, which is about header title. It's actually dot about header title. And for the title, I'm just going to put a span in there. Like this. Actually, I'll get rid of the span. I was going to animate in the individual words of this, but I'm not going to do that anymore. So I'll get rid of that. And then I'm going to have a p tag in there. And then I'm going to have icons. We need to install React icons. Oops. Icons. So let's install React icons. Like this. Copy this, install React icons, and then save. So, and then I'm going to import some icons from React icons. We're going to import YouTube, GitHub, and LinkedIn. And I'm also going to import a new font. So the one I'm going to be importing from Google Fonts is Abril, fat face, and then I'm going to do the font here. So the weight is going to be 400. This is the name. I want to use that here. So let's do a template literal. So that I can use the font. All right, so template literal. So here I'm going to say Abril, the class name. So I'm changing the font to a different one. Okay, so in the icons, we're going to use link coming from next link. So make sure you import link from next link, and then set the href to wherever you want the link to go, and then the icon for LinkedIn. Okay, and then I'll paste in the rest of the icons. So we have 3 icons in the icons here. Nice. So we don't see the content yet, but we need to style this. So about header, let's go find the about header content, and then we will show that. Let me see at what screen size. Okay, so by default, about header image, and then I'm gonna say end content. The content, I'm gonna say display to none. Okay, and padding. We'll do 0 and 3 rem. And then I'm gonna do media queries. So I want to, show this at a certain size. Okay. So let me start by styling the rest of the stuff anyway, and then we do the media queries. I'll do the media queries now. So I'll do at 800 pixels. Display was set to none. At media screen, display set to none. But in this case, I'm gonna set that to flex. I want to include flex. So it's going to be column center. Okay. Let me refresh. Because we're not running the project anymore. Oops. Why am I redoing? So npm run dev. So the flex it should be now display flex. It should be centered now. But if it's not within the screen size, it's going to be an image, and then what is this now? Because we need to use the variables at use. What is it doing? Vars and as star, And we also need to do the same thing for the mixins. Okay, so we're gonna do mixins, and then now let's save. So we should have the content somewhere here. Let's inspect to see what's going on. Header, content. Okay. Why is it all the way down there? Header. Let's try to, oh, set position to absolute. Position absolute. Okay, so the content is down here. Content. Oops. Position absolute. Let's try to see what's gonna happen. Top 0. Nope. Header. Margin top 100 VH. Okay, so the margin top 100 VH, it shouldn't be on the header. So what I was meant to do I was meant to say mean height. Mean height. Okay, mean height, not margin top. I was meant to say mean height. Okay, so now let's make it smaller. So yeah, I mean, about content. Why is this content outside here? Let me see. Header. About content. Margin top. It's still saying margin top. About header. About content. Margin top. Okay. Header. So mean height, this should be height 100 VH. Okay, header. Content. Position absolute. About header. I think I need to do the flex in the header as well. Okay, so we'll copy the flex like this. Display none. Header. Mean height. Mean height. Okay. So set the header mean height and then do a flex. Okay, so the header is going to have a flex and then center everything and then the minimum height at this width. Okay, so now I'm going to text align, center this. Text align, center. Now it's centered. I am going to target the H1. I'm going to clamp the font size. After this media query, clamp the font size. And then the P tag, I'm also going to give it a box shadow and clamp the font size. Like that. So now it's white. So I'm going to target the icons. Icons. So for the icons, I'm going to flex and give a display, not a grid. Okay, and a gap, not a grid. And then I'm going to target the A tag. The A tag, I'm going to do flex as well and give it a width of 3 rem, width and height. And then we're going to give it a background color and a font size opacity of 0.7. Okay, like that. And we need to select the first element, and then when we hover, we're going to give it a different color, as well as the third and second element. So when you hover those elements, the first A tags is going to be blue, the second one is going to be purple, the second one is going to be red, like that. All right, so we're doing a flex. I think we need to, wait a minute, inspect. So content, which one? Let's give it a gap. A gap. Let's give a gap here. All right. So it looks, let me check the original. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. So we have a gap. All right. Everything animates. We can scroll. And yeah, a few things that we need to do now is do the stuff down here. So about, I'll leave the header now. Are we gonna go down? Let's see where we need to go. Okay, so let's go to strategy section. Strategy. So strategy, let's start with the strategy section. We don't need to do much in the section. We just need to work on in the item. So in the item, I'm going to do a media 10 at 10. Title at 10:45. I'm going to change the flex direction to column. As you can see now, it's now column at 10:45. Okay. 10:45. Flex direction column. And then I'm also selecting the title. Within the title, at 10:45, I'm going to change to column as well. Title. Okay, let me check to see why it's not going to column. Inspect. Item. Where's the media? 10:45. I'm just looking to see if the media. Okay, there it is. So flex direction row. So I want it to be column here. It's not, I don't know why it's not working. Media screen. I'll copy this and try to move it here. Okay, so the item, I don't know why it's it's not showing. I don't want to do the important. Let me do important. Let me see if it's okay. You should be able to work though without doing important. So using important is really bad practice. Okay, I guess now it's working without using important. I think you need to refresh the page. It's really strange. Anyways, let's inspect. So for the title, it's set to column now. And then align self. I'm going to do align self, flex start. So it's going to be at the end here. Okay, so nice. Yeah, because we're using a clamp, so it's going to be nicely responsive. We might need to go, lower the padding a bit. But I think that's okay. If you want to get deep into it, you can add more breakpoints. But that's entirely up to you. All right, so I think I will go to the other page, which is home. I think the portfolio page, this one, I'll just go to this one and I'll add the media queries here, and then I think that's it. So portfolio. All right. I'm looking for where it starts to break. Okay, so intro. Okay, so for intro, around 14 something. Intro. Okay, so intro at 1465. I'm going to reduce the padding. At 1465, I'll reduce the padding. At 1014, I'll reduce the padding. This is the breakpoints. And then finally, at S67, I'll change the flow of the grid to a 1-column grid. Okay. 1665, 1014. I'll just put a 1-column grid. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, so I think I need to refresh this. Okay, so refresh, and then yeah, it's working. So and then we're gonna go down all the way to horizontal images. Okay, so at 67, I'm going to get rid of the margin top. Okay, so horizontal images, get rid of the margin top. We're gonna set that to 0. And in the full screen image, full screen at 867, I'm going to set the padding bottom and margin top to 3 rem. Okay, nice. For some reason, this height is not responsive. So full screen image, I'm going to set the width 100%, and then object fit to cover, and then height to automatic. So it's going to adjust accordingly. Okay, so that's it for this page. You can adjust whatever the paddings accordingly. So for example, this one I'm gonna select This one we have a margin top of 6 rem. You can reduce this to 0. Horizontal images, I did set it to 0, didn't I? Margin top to 0. Let me at 67. Yep. So the margin top goes to 0 now. So yeah, you can work around if you want to make it more responsive. You can. Let's go to about. Let's go to the blog. So the only thing now that I'll do is the blog, and then the rest you can do by yourself. Okay, let's do some breakpoints for the blog. I don't want the video to be very long, so let's start with the blog. So I'm going to reduce the grid columns to a 1 column. So the blogs I will reduce to a 1 column grid at 945 pixels. Okay, so whoops, blogs. So it's now 1 column grid. Okay. And the image, I'm going to set the height to automatic at 945. Okay. And after that, I am going to go to the first grid item. And then at 945, I'm going to change the flex direction to column. So 945 is now column here, the direction. And then I'm going to target the blog image, the actual IMG, and I'm going to, at 945, set the height to automatic. And then I'm going to target the blog title. And then I'm going to give it a padding of 1.5. Okay. I'm going to target the second child at 945. I'm going to change the grid to grid column to initial instead of span 2. Okay, like this now. They're going to go in a nice column. All right. And finally, I'm going to change height to automatic for the blog image. And that's pretty much about it for this section. And let me click this one. So this one, blog item, let me inspect. So blog header, blog page. I'll just do that and then I'm done. So blogs page. Okay, so I'll reduce the padding. So I'll say at what is the width here? 1405. I'll reduce this to 8 rem. Okay, so blogs content. Where's the content? Blogs page. Content at media. So I'll say, what's the width again? 1405. 1405. I'll reduce to 8 rem. And then here I'll just reduce everything to 8 rem. Okay, so go down, Go down. Okay, so at 910 pixels, 910. I'm going to reduce this to 3 RAM, and then this one, list. All right, inspect. I'm just checking to see how much padding is there here on the list item. Okay, so there's 12 RAM. I'm gonna copy this list here. I'm going to reduce the margin. I'm gonna set that 4 RAM like that. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing for the outro. Li outro. Where's the outro? Like that. I think I need to do 3 RAM or 2 RAM, actually 2 RAM, like that. I think I'll stop it here. You can do the rest by yourself. Yeah, you can do the rest by yourself. I'm just going to give it a padding on this one. Blocks page title. I'm going to give it a padding like that. Okay, so I mean the rest you can do by yourself, so that's entirely up to you. That's enough for me. This video is already pretty long enough. I think I might do the deployment on the next video, and I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's do some cleanup, and then we're going to deploy our website. So first off, I just want to do the animation for this one. So when I refresh, there's no animation, so let's do that animation now. Let's go to the about. Let's look for the header content. So it's going to be motion.div. So for this one, I'm just thinking what kind of animation that we're going to be using. So I think let's use title variants. So make sure you import that title variants, and let's do wow in view, and then it's going to be on screen, and then initial is going to be off screen, and then we're just going to add the viewport. Okay, so title variants is coming from the animations. Okay, and now hopefully when we refresh, it should animate. Perfect. So that's what we're looking for. And the only thing that we need to do as well is to reduce the width of this menu bar here. So let's go to the main and go in the menu here. We're going to do some media queries. Let's start with for us, like the size. We want to reduce the width and height. It's going to be around 900 pixels. So we're going to reduce the width to 30 RAM and height to 15 RAM, as you can see. And the only thing that we need to reduce now as well is the grid gap. Here, we're just going to reduce the grid gap for this for the buttons at 900 pixels to 0.6 RAM. As you can see now, it's much smaller now, or you can even make it smaller. You know, just put more breakpoints if you want to. That's entirely up to you. So now, for us to deploy this layout, so if you remember, this is a client component now, but for this layout, we need to make it a server component because we're going to be using the metadata. I'm just going to say the code dealer. Okay. I'll just put this random text. Okay, so now for us to use this, it has to be a server component. So we need to get rid of use client. But if we do that, we're not going to be able to use the context API or also the framer motion. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a separate component for the progress bar. Let's go to the components. I'll just create a new component here. I'm just not going to be bothering creating a folder. So progress bar .tsx. It's going to be a functional component. So this one is going to be a client component. Use client, and we're going to import motion and everything. So basically, we're just going to cut this from the layout and put everything in here. And we're also going to cut this motion, paste. So the only thing that we need to do is change this to a div and give it a class name, motion.div. Oops, .div. It should be motion.div, like that, and then give it a class name. It's going to be progress bar. All right, so with the progress bar, I'm going to get rid of this. So now we should just give it a style. It's going to be the scale X. Okay, so now with that, we are going to get rid of here, the motion here, and then we just render the progress bar. Okay, so now we've done that. So we need to also do that same thing for the context. So in the utils, I think I'll just do it here in the utils, or you can create a context folder. Okay, I'm gonna say global context.tsx. Global context. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go to the layout. I'm going to take everything here. I'm going to cut everything here. And then go to the global context and paste it here. And we need to import React. Import React. Here we're going to export this. Export global provider. So we're going to be able to import that in the layout. So global provider. We're going to import global provider like that, and then let's save. So hopefully we shouldn't have warnings. So looks like we still have warnings. Let's see. React or create context. Okay, so this has to be inside client components. Yep. So this should be use client, because this should be a client component. So use client. Oops. Use client. Okay, so let's see what's the issue now. Context. Use global context. Okay, so the imports are wrong now. So we need to change the imports. Where am I importing this? So I believe in the navigation. All right, so this one is going to be use global context. Okay, update the import. I'm going to copy this. I can't remember where else I'm using this. Navigation. In the menu. We need to update the import of the global context. Update that, save. And there's one more component, which is the banner. This, update the import, save. Oh, and finally, so now we don't have any more errors anymore. So everything works. So now what we need to do now is to see, actually we need to push our changes. So make sure you've created a GitHub repo and make sure you are signed into your GitHub, and then create a new repo. So here I'm just going to commit the changes. What did we do? Created new file for the context, new file. Okay, and then we're going to commit the changes. So once we commit the changes, make sure you've committed your latest changes. So that's how we're going to deploy this. We're going to use Vercel to deploy. So we're going to link our GitHub repo with Vercel, and then we're going to deploy. So let me try to go to my GitHub to see if I have the latest changes. Just one moment. Okay, so I'm just looking. So yeah, so I should have the latest changes. So this is the repo now. So to show you the changes I've done. So it says created a new file. So here, what I'm going to do now, I am going to go to Vercel, and then log in with GitHub or create a new account with your email. After that, just go to the dashboard. It will take you to the dashboard right away once you log in. So when you're on the dashboard, you just need to add new here, project. And then we're going to import a project from GitHub. Okay, so here, click the import, whatever your repo is named. We're going to import that. And it's going to be Next.js. And now we don't have to do anything here because we're not using an API. So here, let's say name, I don't know, let's say my portfolio, like that. And then let's just click deploy. It's going to build. Actually, I missed a step as well. We need to also run build here just to check if we have any errors. So here we can run npm run build to check if we have any errors. Yeah, so here it's just, to get like a reassurance, like, oh, if everything is fine or not. So always run build first to check. So now it seems like, everything is fine. No errors. And also you need to also check if you're not using some imports which you're not using, some code which you're not using. Just delete everything which you're not using. And then run build. It's taking a while to do this. But everything seems to be going good so far. While we're doing that, let me go to the README file. README. So here on the live link, we can add a live link once it's deployed. I'm just going to add it here, so you're going to be able to view this. So it should be deployed now. So it's loading. Voila. And that's the deployment. Let's click this. There it is. So now we have deployed our portfolio. So if you want to add more portfolios. Oh, there's a glitch. Oh, I thought there was a glitch on the animation. Okay, so yeah, if you want to add anything new, for some reason this image is not showing. There's it's taking ages for them to show because I think the images are really big. But yeah, everything really good. It's really good. We can click, open, close the models. So if you want to add, let's say a new portfolio here, let's say it's just going to update, just push the changes to your repo, and then it will automatically update and change also everything here. So if I'm to go to the portfolios, if I go to the portfolios in the utils here, if I add a new portfolio like this, add a new portfolio, you just need to push the change, and then once you push the change to GitHub, it will automatically update Vercel because your repo is linked to your Vercel. Okay, so it will automatically redeploy again and then show you the latest changes. So yeah, that's that's it for this video. So if you're new to this channel, please don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. If you have any questions, you can send me an email or just comment on the video. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one.